Okay, I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish a quorum?
Yes, good morning. Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Hume will not be present today.
Great, thank you. If you could please read our statement.
Yes, this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is live and recorded with closed captioning. It is cablecast on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast cable system. It is also live streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, May 23rd at 6 p.m. on Channel 14 and viewed at youtube.com/Metro Cable 14. The Board of Supervisors fosters public engagement during the meeting and encourages public participation, civility, and use of courteous language. The Board does not condone the use of profanity, vulgar language, gestures, or other inappropriate behavior, including personal attacks or threats directed towards any meeting participant. Seating is limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. Each speaker will be given 2 minutes to make a public comment and are limited to making one comment per agenda or off-agenda item. Please be mindful of the public comment procedures to avoid being interrupted while making your comment. Comments made by the public during Board of Supervisors meetings may include information that could be inaccurate or misleading, particularly concerning topics related to public health, voter registrations, and elections. The County of Sacramento does not endorse or validate the accuracy of public statements made during these open public forums. The recordings are shared to provide transparency and access to the proceedings of public meetings. To make a comment in person, please fill out a speaker request form and hand it to clerk staff. The chairperson will open public comments for each agenda or off-agenda item and direct the clerk to call the name of each speaker. When the clerk calls your name, please come to the podium and make your public comments. If a speaker is unavailable to make a comment prior to the closing of public comments, the speaker waives their request to speak, and the clerk will file the speaker request form in the record. The clerk will manage the timer and allow each speaker 2 minutes to make a comment. Off-agenda public comments will take place for a maximum of 30 minutes, and the remainder of the comments will take place at the conclusion of the time matters in the afternoon. You may send written comments by email to boardclerk@saccounty.gov, and your comments will be routed to the board and filed in the record. If you need an accommodation pursuant to the Americans with Disabilities Act or for medical or other reasons, please see clerk staff for assistance or contact the clerk's office at 916-874-5451 or by email at boardclerk@saccounty.gov. Thank you in advance for your courtesy and understanding of the meeting procedures.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you please rise and join Supervisor Kennedy in our Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, again, I'd like to welcome everyone to today's Board of Supervisors meeting. Again, want to invite the public who's joined us here in chambers to certainly petition your county board if you so choose. You're welcome to do so. We ask you keep your testimony to a limit of 3 minutes. That way everyone has a chance to address the board if they desire to. And if you would, please fill out a speaker slip and give it to our clerk or one of the clerk's assistants. That way we can make sure you're on the record. I do want to start today by offering my gratitude to Vice Chair Rodriguez. She very capably stepped in my stead at the last meeting. I was under the weather and was unable to attend and participate. So I want to thank Supervisor Rodriguez for doing that. I know it was kind of last minute, but she was very polished and did a great job. So with that, Madam Clerk, our first item.
Yes, our first item is public comments relating to matters not on the posted agenda, and we do have 2 speakers.
Okay.
And I'll call up Ebony Ward.
Good morning.
Good morning. I came to a meeting on the 23rd of last month seeking help from you guys because of CPS. As of now, I still don't understand. I haven't received no help. I'm asking who represents them when they are found to do something that is not okay, reporting false information. Who governs them? At the end of the day, I have disability. I receive SSI, and now they're stating that they don't want to give me my daughter back because I get a disability. Now, to me, that's unfair because I have a disability. How can you use that against me when the child's 14 years old and I've been taking care of the child the whole 14 years? All I'm asking you guys is to point me into the right direction of who governs them. They reported false information to the court, which is knowingly, and CPS know this, and they still won't help me. I'm asking you guys to point me in the right directions. I don't have the money to get a lawyer. If I had the money to get a lawyer, I wouldn't be here. Again, my child, I have had a disability all my life for 43 years. My child's 14 years old. I've been taking care of the child with this disability. Just because you have a disability, it does not stop you from being a parent. It does not stop you from providing a roof over your child's head, which I've done. The child was removed from my household with a search warrant based upon lies, stating that I did not want her because I didn't want her because I couldn't work. I get SSI. She was removed saying that I didn't want her because I was going to lose my housing. I get Section 8. I cannot have the housing without the child. Who governs them? When they right the wrongs, who do I speak to? I've been asking you guys for over a month now. Just tell me, what department did I go to? I did a civil rights, I did the ombudsman. I have written to anybody and everybody who will listen. And I just don't know what else to do but keep coming here to somebody hear me.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. We are unable to discuss at length the issue you bring before us. However, I am going to ask the head of our DCFAS, Shelby Boston. She's over here in the pink top. She will follow you out and give you
Please,
a business card, so at least you can have a face and a name to associate with trying to resolve the issue.
That's all I'm asking. Like I said, I completed the case plan to get the child back, and they still won't give the child back.
We understand. She's the one to help you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes. Luke Wilson?
Hi, my name's Luke Wilson. I rode my bike down here on this glorious morning for the first time that I've been to a supervisors meeting. And I'm here because of the climate crisis we face. And I'm speaking for my grandchildren as well as all of your grandchildren. The board has had a hard time embracing the responsibilities for undertaking climate solutions. Witness the amount of time necessary to put a cap into place. But now with the federal government cutting all climate programs and even taking mention of this existential crisis off its websites, this is the time for you to act. Local and state governments must do all they can. Well, what can we really do, you might ask? Well, there's two things that the board can do. Stop sprawl development and pass a new construction electrification ordinance. You can stop hopscotch development that requires car driving to do anything. Kids to school, work, fun, grocery shopping. It makes no sense when there is so much infill development needed. This will cut the county's carbon footprint. And it would not hurt to support mass transit rather than building of more car travel lanes. And the time has now come for all new construction to be powered by electricity. Right now, there's plenty of money in the Inflation Reduction Act and SMUD to subsidize electrification and to ensure the funding for electrification continues. Please undertake these two simple policies. It will make it easier for you to answer the question from your grandchildren that's coming. What did you do to protect us from rising temperatures? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
That concludes your public comments for off agenda.
Okay, and I believe we are early even for our first presentation.
We are.
So you want to do nominations?
Yeah, that would be great. Let's go to item 46. I'll give everyone a second to get their notes. Okay, so for item number 6, this is the board considering nominations to the following. You're continuing to June 10th, County Service Area 4B, Slough House, Wilton, Casumnes, Galt Arno Cemetery District, North Highlands, Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Sacramento County Behavioral Health Youth Advisory Board, Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee, Sacramento County Youth Commission, Veterans Advisory Commission. And continuing to July 8th, the Casumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council, County Service Area 4C Delta, Assessment Appeals Board, Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, Southeast Area Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. And your first item for today is the Adult and Aging Commission.
Chiefs are recommending continuing the item until June 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to June 3rd.
Thank you. Actually, if we can hold this item, I want to make a note on the record that the action for this item is contingent upon one of the items that we have coming forth at the 10 o'clock time for timed items regarding the Carmichael Foothill. So if we could hold this and we'll come back to that,
Sure.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you. Cordova Community Planning Advisory Council, Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to June 10th.
And Mr. Chair, do you have notes for
I
Mr.
don't
Hume?
have, for D5, I don't.
Okay, I do have some notes here to continue to June 3rd.
Okay.
Equal Employment Advisory Committee.
Chiefs are recommending continuing the item until June 10th.
Thank you. First 5 Sacramento Commission.
Chiefs recommend nominating Eric Guerra to the Public Health Officer alternate seat, and I'm glad to see that they made that recommendation.
Okay, great. Human Services Coordinating Council.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until June 10th.
Thank you. Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend continuing the item until June 3rd.
Okay. And then we have Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission. I do have a note to continue this to June 10th on behalf of District 5.
Okay, the record will show that.
Thank you. Sacramento, South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council, Chair Cerna,
Please continue the item until June 10th.
and Supervisor Kennedy.
Please continue to June 3rd.
Okay, and then this will conclude your nominations.
Very good, thank you. All right. Is there any other business we can take care of, Madam Clerk, between now and the time of our first presentation?
We could take care of the consent matters if
Let's
it
do that.
pleases the board. Okay, so let's move to consent matters. That would be items 7 through 37, and I do have a couple of notes. For item 21, you're acting as the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Introduction of an amended ordinance establishing a fee for the management of groundwater in the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Casumnes Groundwater Subbasin, setting a public hearing for July 22nd, 2025. And so this is waiving the full reading and continuing to July 22nd for adoption. And then for item 22, you are also acting as the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency. This is the introduction of an ordinance establishing a fee for the management of the groundwater in the Sacramento County Groundwater Sustainability Agency, Solano Groundwater Subbasin, and setting a public hearing for July 22nd, waiving full reading and continuing to July 22nd to adopt the ordinance. That concludes my notes for the clerk.
All right, very good. Does any member of the board wish to pull any item from consent for separate consideration or discussion or comment? Seeing none.
I'll go ahead and
Oh.
move item.
Sorry. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Like to comment on number 30, and I have a couple questions on 32, but it doesn't really necessarily need to be pulled.
Just 1 second. I'll just read both of those into the record at the same time, Supervisor. 30 is the authority to execute a $0 memorandum of understanding with Sacramento Police Department and WellSpace Health. And then for 32, this is the authority to execute expenditure contracts with 15 medical personnel registries.
Thank you very much. Number 30, I just want to mostly make a statement that I support this. This is good for their cooperation with the various agencies. I just want to put it on the record, that I'm always concerned. I don't want separate efforts going on at the same time and further separating the effort into silos, and just want to make sure that what we do here is completely in line with what we're doing with all other agencies and ourselves.
Thank you for your comment, Supervisor Kennedy. So this is actually a really exciting opportunity because what we're hoping for is to achieve this bilateral referral process between 988 and 911 for all of our law enforcement jurisdictions going forward. So this is allowing us to pilot and work out some kinks in that, so then we can spread it to the rest of the jurisdictions.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you. On number 32, I have a couple questions. Probably, again, Siobhan, I would imagine. Okay. A couple of things. First, this isn't going to, prevent us. We're not going to have any gaps in service due to the new contract, I'm hoping.
That is correct. No, our intent is to get all of these contracts in place by July 1st. If we find that as part of this process we lack some capacity, we certainly would go out for an RFP to add more providers to that. At this time, we think what we're suggesting is sufficient in terms of capacity.
And we know that there was a situation in which one of our contractors that we've worked with in the past, In Sync, which I love saying that every time, it was made some mistakes in their proposal, and I understand that, and I support staff's position on that. But I've also spoken with yourself and other staff, and that there's been a high level of satisfaction with their services in the past, and I hope that there's going to be opportunities for them to continue to operate in the way they have, or in a similar fashion. I guess what I'm saying is I don't want bureaucracy to come before service.
Absolutely. We totally agree with that. And for any contractor, and I'll just make this on the record, for any contractor who we enter into a contract with, they have the prerogative to subcontract with other people to bring more providers on. It does take approval by the county, but we're absolutely willing to look at that in order to ensure we have necessary capacity.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor.
I'll go ahead and move the consent calendar.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on
We do
consent? Okay, very good. Then please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right. Now, have we exhausted everything we can take care of?
We have.
All right. As such, we will then stand in recess until 10:15.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish the quorum?
Yes. Good morning, Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond. Here. Rodriguez.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
All right, very good. Next item, please.
Item 2 is the presentation of resolution recognizing May 2025 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month.
All right. I assume there's someone here to receive the resolution. Now would be the time to make your way to the podium. Good morning. Good to see you again. Yes. Colleagues and members of the public, I'm here again because we do this every year to present this resolution recognizing May 2025 as Lyme Disease Awareness Month. I think many of us are generally familiar with what Lyme disease does and is and how it affects our constituents. But this is always a great reminder for everyone that is here in chambers and that is watching about the severity of the disease, precautions we can all take to protect ourselves from it, and to understand some of the statistics around Lyme disease. For instance, there are almost 500,000 new cases that present each year in the United States. And 40% of Lyme disease cases do result in long-term health problems. I know that we're going to hear from someone in a moment here that has dealt personally with Lyme disease in her life. We hear this testimony each year, and again, it really serves as the best reminder, absent the language in the resolution, which I won't recite all the whereases, but again, this is an important moment for Sacramento County each year to again do what we can to prevent the spread of Lyme disease and to make sure that our constituents have the resources necessary to grapple with it. So with that, I'm going to present the resolution, and we'll take a photo real quick, and then I'm going to give you the floor here. Okay, we good? The floor is yours.
Thank you all again this year for supporting us. I'm Melissa Moya. I'm the founder of Lyme Fight Foundation in Carmichael. I am a patient of Lyme disease as well, unfortunately now, as a parent of a child that has Lyme disease. Lyme disease has over 100 different symptoms. It's hard to diagnose. Your average test that you get at your doctor's office misses 65%. So an accurate test with co-infections costs your family about $1,500, for which your insurance does not cover. Treatment for Lyme disease, the CDC only allows 2 weeks of doxycycline, which only helps those that have recently been bit and know they have been. Not everybody gets that bullseye rash. It took me 3 years to get diagnosed. I had to go all the way to Minnesota to find that answer. First year of treatment cost me $50,000, and I am on year 5. My daughter was just recently diagnosed in August. She lost her college running career. She was bedridden. She was very sick. To give you an idea of what her bills are, her doctor is $800 an hour, and it is not covered by insurance. So it's very serious. It's something you should take very seriously. Our website has lots of different information and resources, including our pets and ourselves and our children.
What's the name of the website?
It's lymefightfoundation.org.
Okay, good.
Thank you. So I appreciate your guys' support in allowing me to share my story. We really hope the more we share, the more we can keep our neighbors and our friends safe. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me ask you a question. So you mentioned the bullseye rash. So I've been doing a lot of, my colleagues know this, I've been doing a lot of walking lately, and near my home I do some walking in kind of a nature area. There's tall native grasses, that kind of thing. So, and of course, in our hot summers, I'm typically wearing shorts like most people would. So what can we do to just kind of keep an eye on our bodies once we've been exposed to maybe an environment that is more conducive to the presence of Lyme disease? Do you kind of scan each time you go out looking for a particular marker in terms of the rash or size or color? Can you speak a little more about that?
When you go out, if you can, wear long pants and socks and put your socks over your pants. That's great. I know not everybody can do that's hot.
It's a good look.
So there's different sprays you can put on, anything with DEET. There's some natural ones as well. If you can stay on the trails is kind of your best bet. But if you do go in, definitely check. They like to go in warm places, odd places. Check your pets. as well. Sometimes they will bring them into the house and you're petting them, and then that's how, it could happen for yourself. If you don't get the bullseye rash and you all of a sudden kind of start feeling like flu-like symptoms, definitely go to your doctor. And then also when you come home, you can also put your clothes in the dryer on hot heat for about 10 minutes. And then if there is anything left over, they will pass. How's that?
That's all great advice, and thank you for elaborating a bit. I think that's invaluable, and certainly want to take that advice to heart, and I hope that others do as well as we approach the summer months. So again, thank you, Melissa, for being here.
Thank you so much.
Item 3 is a presentation by the Sacramento Area Council of Governments on the Blueprint Project.
Bless you.
Chair Sender, good morning, Supervisors. James Corliss, Executive Director of the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, or SACOG. I'm here this morning just to present you an update on our long-range transportation and growth plan. The long name is the Metropolitan Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy. We have branded this as the Blueprint 2025. We've been working for a number of years, as Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy certainly know from being on the SACOG board, and Supervisor Hume as well. And so we're in the home stretch, and I wanted to give you an update this morning on where the plan stands, what it suggests, and where it points us to for the next 25 years, since it is a long-range plan. I think you all know this, but just a reminder, we are your Council of Governments. So we represent across the greater 6-county Sacramento region, every single local government, 22 cities and 6 counties. It's pretty unusual and unique that every single local government sits around our table twice a month, but that is that's the case at SACOG, and we think we're much stronger for it. We tackle transportation, growth issues, economic development, air quality, and climate change. Our long-range plan, which we have to update typically every 4 years, started about 2.5 years ago, and started with a triple bottom line framework where we are trying to figure out how can we invest in the region in infrastructure and growth, development, jobs in a way that advances equity, brings us economic prosperity, and a clean and sustainable environment. So we've done more outreach than ever before, excuse me, on this blueprint plan. And so I want to give you a little bit of the themes from this outreach and engagement. It's actually, by the way, includes presentations like this 2.5 years ago to kick off the plan to every city and county. We're now going out to every city and county again in this home stretch of the plan. But it also included polling and surveys. Oh, thank you. Very helpful.
We're full service here.
Very helpful. And I don't get that treatment from other jurisdictions. I just want you to know.
Keep that in mind.
It's becoming obvious. So we've done polling and focus groups, and we've done pop-up events in every single county. We've done more outreach and engagement than any other plan that we've honestly ever done. And we had a number of themes that came out of all that, and these might be themes that you're very well aware of, given how much you interact with your constituents and the residents of Sacramento County every day. Access to opportunity for all residents. Housing was probably the top theme in this whole plan. Outreach was around housing, and that was true across all corners of the region. Making sure that we have enough housing options for all income levels and all life stages. Safety was another huge theme, both public safety but also transportation traffic safety. Residents really flagged not feeling safe walking, cycling, driving, and sadly that is borne out in recent data that our fatality and injury rates now in this region are going up. They're going in the wrong direction. They're going up faster than other regions in California.
These are cycling injuries and deaths?
These are cycling, pedestrian, but also car auto-related fatalities and injuries. We could give you the breakdown on those.
James, do we know whether or not, especially the cycling statistics are a function of there's just more people that are cycling?
Right. That is always the key on walking and pedestrian and bicycle fatalities and injuries, is we don't have usage stats. We don't have decent usage stats. We know from the census how many people walk or bike to work. And by the way, we have a very high rate of people who do walk and bike to work in this region and in this county, higher than many others. So perhaps we know over COVID, people got their bikes and started biking and started walking a lot more. So it could be usage. It could be that there's more exposure out there on the streets. But frankly, we don't have great data sets. None of us do, to actually understand that this is more people out there. We have vehicle miles traveled, so we know from a in-occupant auto-related how that squares, but not so much on the bad thing is bicycle and pedestrian injuries are going up. Other outreach themes there. A big theme on public transit, and a theme that you all are very well aware of, but a lot of residents saying, I would love to use public transit. It's not convenient. It's not reliable, doesn't come enough, or doesn't come close enough. But we heard a lot about transportation choices. And here's a survey that we did that really, just again, one of the instruments we did. We worked a lot, by the way, with Valley Vision on a lot of this outreach. But also on this survey, we did something a little bit different, and we actually worked with a lot of community-based organizations across the 6 counties so they could get to their own constituents and administer these surveys. So again, much like I told you, affordable housing, safety, the lack of transportation options, and traffic congestion in the top 4 there for what's on people's minds. So what did we learn?
James, real quick,
Yeah.
you can go back. The other category, so I assume that, was it just an other box that someone checked, or was there self-reporting that comes with that, so we have a little bit more insight?
I'd have to go back and check. I'm happy to do that.
I'd be curious, since that's not at the tail end exactly, it's in the last third, so
Yeah.
it kind of
Okay.
strikes me that it might be helpful to understand that a little bit
Sure. Yeah.
better.
No, we've got staff taking notes on this presentation, so we'll capture all of those questions and follow up with you. Okay, so the blueprint plan is a plan that is, what we want this plan to be is our region's aspirations, right, for what we want to be in the future. And we're actually doing this plan quite differently than we've done it before. I told you more outreach education. We've often got a question about how every place, every jurisdiction shows up in the blueprint, because sometimes it feels at the very end of all of this work that it's a sort of a one-size-fits-all sometimes. But this time it's going to be different. We've worked with your staff and jurisdictions across the entire region. Every single jurisdiction will have a piece of this plan where they express their priorities locally that meet regional goals. So that's going to be in there for the county, all the cities, every single county. So we're doing this a little bit differently, but the plan does meet and has to meet federal requirements and state mandates, right? And one of those mandates that you all are very familiar with, especially you, Chair Cerna, is reducing greenhouse gas emissions from transportation from State Senate Bill SB 375, administered by the California Air Resources Board. But let's just talk a little bit about what we've learned on the analysis. Again, the first thing that you might be very well aware of, the Sacramento region, the 6 counties, is the fastest growing region in the state of California compared to other metropolitan regions. That average annual growth rate there is above, as you can see, the California statewide growth rate in the blue, and even the national growth rate in the red. It will, though, slow down. So we are forecasting another 600,000 residents, 580,000 residents in this region. We're at roughly 2.6 million now. We'll grow to 3.1 million, about the size of metropolitan Denver for us in 2050 is today. But those rates of growth, as I showed you, and you can see in this slide, are going to slow down through demographics. Lots of things we cannot forecast accurately, immigration, migration, but by and large, this is a familiar demographic curve that the rest of the nation is seeing. So here are those numbers again. In the region, another 600,000 people, and then you can see the county statistics here. More jobs that'll require 278,000 housing units. And if you average out those number of housing units, that is about over 10,000 housing units on average every year. We were below that and went way below 10,000 units a year from the Great Recession forward. We've only just, in the last couple of years, ticked above 10,000 units again.
Excuse me, James. Supervisor Kennedy?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks, James. That number, is that expected growth or is that need?
That is expected growth.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
On the 606,000, is that unincorporated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And yeah, anyway, I'm happy to answer more questions on this. The population forecast, as I said, there's a lot of things that are happening that are making this harder, right? But if you actually look back at our 2002 plan, I believe it was, we actually forecast regional population of about 2.7 million people. So we're just shy of that. We overshot a little bit from that plan. Some people ask, how accurate can you be? We were pretty accurate on the demographic forecast back then. We did not, obviously, nobody did see the Great Recession coming. But so we were pretty good on the overall demographics. But again, there's so many factors in play that you all are very well aware of in terms of migration, immigration, that some of this is pretty tough. Okay. I think actually, yes. Okay, I'm looking at Todd Smith over here. So again, just a little bit, and I think you all have a sense of how closely we are partnering with your team here in the county, and I want to just give a lot of credit to your team for really working really nicely with us over the last number of years on a number of things, and Todd's going to give you a little bit more detail on that.
Before you leave the podium, Supervisor Rodriguez.
James, I have a question about the concern of pedestrian and bicycle accidents. And so, you hear one of the top concerns from constituents in not just Sacramento County, but the surrounding areas, is that there are these crazy drivers. People don't stop for stop signs. People run red lights, and there's a concern of the area. And I think there was a recent survey that put Sacramento at the top of, not good drivers. And so is that something that we're seeing, that a trend statewide, or is it predominantly here in the Sacramento area that is specific to our region?
So I think the concern is nationwide, and the problem is nationwide, and something seems to have happened after COVID and perhaps it is a combination of higher usage, and for some reason, anecdotally, people driving faster or running red lights or feel like they got to get places quick. I often tell my kids, green means go, but red apparently no longer means stop. The answer is a complicated one, and I think maybe even we could follow up with you on this. It's a combination of engineering, enforcement, and education, right? So we have to get out there and do a lot of education. You've heard this for quite some time, right? We've got to try to somehow get at drivers that they're not, 1 minute does not suffice, like potentially taking somebody's life. Engineering is a really critical one. So how can we think about, as we reinvest and work with you all to fix Sacramento County's roads, which we've heard a little bit about, how do we do that in a way that can actually make it safer for all modes? And your staff is working really hard on that. And then enforcement is the obvious one, but it is expensive. It's expensive to enforce, right? So.
Thank you.
Todd, good morning.
Good morning. I fortunately don't need to use the clicker, but thank you, James. This slide, I just have a few points here. I don't need to belabor all the work that we're doing in planning and environmental review as it relates to infill prioritization, how we're tackling kind of removing some of those barriers from a regulatory perspective, et cetera. Sacramento County has a general plan that emphasizes a number of ways we can grow. The previous slide had those forecasted growth amounts, jobs, housing, et cetera. Our general plan growth strategy includes a robust infill program that this board adopted late last year. In that program, we have several commercial corridors, I think 14 of them in total, that were identified in our general plan as one of the main ways to grow. The other way is obviously new growth, and those policies were developed quite some time ago with input from SACOG staff, obviously trying to achieve VMT reductions and GHG emissions reductions, smart growth principles in those new growth areas. We're already doing that successfully. But for today, the infill opportunity that we have, I want to talk about two corridors. The first one, Stockton Boulevard, and that's this sign right here, the San Juan Motel.
That sign, by the way, is, I believe, in Supervisor Kennedy's garage now, isn't it?
So the San Juan Motel site is along Stockton Boulevard. We actually used Green Means Go funding, which is one of SACOG's pilot programs. $2 million we received in partnership with the developer there for affordable housing to reuse that site. That money went towards supporting off-site infrastructure for that San Juan Apartments project. Excuse me. I guess it's contagious, this allergy thing. The other work we're doing along the corridor, not just limited to that project, but the whole corridor, as you know, is shared with the city of Sacramento. And so we're taking a comprehensive look, not just at the streetscape from a transportation perspective, but looking at a comprehensive approach. We're trying to figure out what the infrastructure constraints are, whether that's sewer or water or drainage, trying to address really a more robust transit system. Route 52, SACRT's heavily used route, goes right through there. Really a great opportunity for BRT along that corridor. And really that touches on a couple of those highlighted needs from the survey that James shared. The other piece here, obviously it's a long corridor, very linear. We are actively working on updating that special planning area ordinance. That's the land use document that looks at how we can grow and provide opportunities for infill housing within that corridor. Ultimately, our vision is to be somewhat consistent from a regulatory perspective with the city of Sacramento because it is a shared corridor. We don't want the residents or business owners to have a different approach depending on which side of the street they're on. In fact, we're having active conversations with some property owners about their vision for certain properties, and things look bright in Stockton Boulevard. The second corridor I want to talk about is North Watt, moving up to the north part of the county. This is one we have an adopted corridor plan probably 12, 13 years ago, but we're not seeing the amount of interest in that corridor that we want to see in terms of the type of growth and the housing opportunity that exists not being fulfilled. SAC DOT has done a tremendous amount of work in that corridor as it relates to transportation. They're working on a complete streets project, as well as the Reimagine North Watt, the broader vision that was looking at the corridor's multimodal aspects, the transportation needs for all of the users, really trying to figure out how best to leverage the tremendous opportunity we have with the existing light rail station at Watt and I-80. On a parallel track, maybe not physical, but anyway, the corridor plan update is where we're focused on the land use, taking a fresh look at that corridor plan, trying to figure out why isn't it not working from a regulatory perspective, making it so that it's easier to build housing in that corridor, making it easier for those business owners that are there to reinvest in their spaces, making it a more economically viable corridor. Ultimately, similar to what we're doing in Stockton Boulevard, really tackling the infrastructure constraints. We know sewer is a big one. We have had active conversations with the Sac Sewer District, as well as we had partnered with Sac Suburban Water District to go after a grant, ultimately not successful, but that's an example of what we're trying to do to tackle some of those infrastructure challenges. Again, we have multiple infill housing opportunities, several vacant sites. We're having active conversations with property owners up there as well. Both of these corridors that we're working on right now represent the values that are embodied in the blueprint, not just for the housing of all income types, but also for further economic development.
Great. Thank you, Todd. I see Supervisor Desmond is in the queue, so we'll start with him.
Just real quick, thank you, Todd. I know we're going to hear more from James. What is the status of the infill coordinator position that we had approved?
We are just before I went on vacation last week, we had completed first round of interviews, and we hope to be making a decision in the next week or two.
Okay, because I know we're doing so much work to set the table, so to speak, especially along these other corridors and a lot of other places, but that will be obviously very helpful when we have that individual on board to help come up with some additional innovative ideas.
Correct.
So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Just pausing the slide for a second here, right? And I think as you all know, and Chair Cerna, you certainly know from, again, your time on CARB, we don't want to have a regional plan that just sits on a shelf or a virtual website. We actually want to implement. And what Todd just described in Stockton and North Watt is actually implementing our last plan from 2020. So we had infill assumptions, right, that were robust. And the idea was we don't want to just imagine that will happen. We want to make it happen. So what you're seeing in these corridors here is the result of our Green Means Go program. And as you all know, we worked really hard in the state legislature, and we eventually came up with a pilot program. We were hoping for the Sacramento region. It was statewide, $600 million. We got $34 million. That was part of that $2 million grant here for Stockton Boulevard. We just applied last year and won a US DOT Reconnecting Communities grant, $22 million for the next phase of Green Means Go. $7 million of that is for the county in North Watt working with your staff. So you're part of those grant applications as we put them forward. I mean, you're in many ways the embodiment, the county, the unincorporated county, right, of Green Means Go. Let me just mention a couple of other things that are important. So Todd mentioned infill, but also Todd mentioned new growth areas, right? In this plan that the board adopted the land use forecast for last summer, we don't have every single new growth area, not just in Sacramento County, but in the entire region. We see all of those, we analyze them. About a third of the growth in our forecast comes in greenfield and new growth areas, but not all were taken in. Supervisor Hume put forward a couple of ideas last summer that the board and the staff worked on, one of which is, for the next plan update, the next major update we do, let's do a deeper analysis of which of these new growth areas actually can contribute to lowering VMT. The board adopted that principle in December of last year, and it is now folded into the draft blueprint that's about to come out for public comment in June. So I just want to address that. The second idea was, how can SACOG help the region win grants, competitive grants for new growth in greenfield areas? Because they're also very hard to do, right? And many times you need a lot of infrastructure, even for the new growth area. I won't necessarily go into detail because I think you're all very aware of how difficult it is right now at the federal level to win grants. But I will say, I think a lot of our analysis, again, working with your staff very closely, our analysis on trying to get infrastructure money competitively for new growth areas, it's very difficult to do it internal to the development itself. What we have to do is think about how is that new growth area helping the surrounding communities, especially if they're disadvantaged communities, whether it's the state level or the federal level now. I think we're going back to the opportunity zones and areas of persistent poverty. But if we can make a connection between the existing neighborhoods and the new growth areas infrastructure and the eventual build out being helpful to those existing residents, we're going to have a better shot at that. So I just wanted to address those two bullet points because I know there had been some questions. Okay.
Oh, yeah, Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, James. I didn't know if you were going to bring this up during your presentation. I knew it was possibly going to come up during some public comment afterwards. But since you mentioned it, I want to thank you first for the work on those two bullets or concepts that you just articulated. I was part of the discussions that we had with Supervisor Hume and with DOT folks, Mr. DeFonte, Todd Smith, and SACOG about both of those things. And I'm very happy that we were able to incorporate at least the first the first concept into the plan itself, to acknowledge that we do have some developing community areas that are helping us meet our GHG VMT goals in Sacramento County. I think that's really important to acknowledge that. And in terms of the other one is, I understand we had a discussion about maybe a more formal structure for funding some opportunities in these new growth areas that perform very well, but we ended up not incorporating that. But we still have that discussion. Where are we looking for funding to benefit any community, infill, developing community that is going to help us meet our goals. In terms of opportunities with this administration, you alluded to that a little bit, some things maybe on the periphery of developing communities, but what are some other priorities we're hearing out of the new administration in terms of projects that might compete better, maybe more shovel-ready projects? And what are you seeing, and what are maybe some other opportunities that we could maybe take advantage of?
I mean, obviously, a lot of what we're focused on is the transportation and DOT side, and we're still trying to sort of understand that. I mean, areas of persistent poverty is one, so I think, we have, and I know we work very closely with your staff, so mapping and understanding what the new geographies are that this new administration is going to care about, which is the same as we had in the first Trump administration, especially when we had the Tax Act and the opportunity zones that came through that. So that's one, is sort of what we call areas of persistent poverty. The other one is actually high marriage and birth rates. That is a screen that the U.S. DOT is now using and we've mapped now as much as we can the entire region for that, and it really varies across the region. So that's the U.S. DOT side. I would say on the land use and development side, it looks like brownfields and Superfund. If we have any areas that are, and that typically is a sort of a Republican administration priority, so that seems to be something that is working its way up. I don't think we have enough of analysis yet about how else we might compete on things like flood control and other things. So I'm happy to get back to you.
Okay, no, that's great. I appreciate that feedback. I mean, I just wanted to get some assurance that we're obviously looking at, and we may have to change our approach a little bit with this administration, but I just want to make sure we're not leaving or not taking advantage of these new opportunities.
We should not hang up the gloves or think we can't get funding. That is for sure. Right. And I thought we had a very positive set of meetings at Cap to Cap. We had a meeting with the U.S. DOT and many of the political appointees, and we had many elected officials in that meeting. And the feedback was, you all are trying to solve your problems really creatively, because clearly you don't have a big checkbook, but it's very impressive what you're trying to do across the 6 counties. So we'll take that and we'll run with it.
Thank you.
Supervisor Kenny.
Thank you, Chair. James, just your later comment about how to address and how to go after funding and so forth, and a strategy of simultaneously addressing the needs and opportunities in new development areas. Would you say, just so that we can visualize, would you say that the new construction the new development along the Jackson corridor, and recognizing those needs and addressing those needs and opportunities along with Rosemont would be a strategy? Was that a good example?
Great case study. Great case study. And in part, right, because as we have learned, again, working with your team and the stakeholders there, there's some flood control issues that have real benefits downstream and have benefits to what we would all call disadvantaged communities. We've talked about the trail network, right? And sometimes in new growth areas we have great trails, but they connect within the community but not outside. And so we're working to figure out with your staff here, your very dedicated county staff and the stakeholders on a trail concept that could be part of the regional trails plan that, again, is part of the blueprint, which is connecting the entire region so that residents of existing communities like Rosemont actually begin to benefit from more sub-regional, right, but beyond the footprint of the development itself, infrastructure investments.
Okay, thank you. So let's just have some general. Are you at the end of your presentation?
Well, I think we can, yeah. Sure. I just want to give you the timeline. I'm sensing. I'm reading the room.
I wasn't trying to lead the witness here. I was just.
Here's the timeline for the plan, just to make sure we're transparent about this. Our land use committee of the board approved the draft plan that is up on our website last week. That's where that first bullet point resides. We have a full board approval of it for release for public comment, along with the EIR. Later this month, and so June and July are the major is the time frame for public comment. We'll have a 55-day public comment period. We'll bring that back. We'll take all the comments along with the EIR. We'll have a draft plan in September and adoption in November. And that timeline, I think, again, if you're on the SACOG board, you know is important because we have to kind of keep moving and keep our plan updated so that we can conform and adhere to a lot of our federal and state requirements, and very importantly, keep transportation funding flowing to the region. That's it.
All right, thank you. So I have some comments, and forgive me in advance. They may be a little disjointed, but I'll just start with the fact that I think you know, James, that you and I probably go back further than anyone else. Back 30 years ago in the Bay Area, when the likes of Sonny McPeak and Gary Binger, the executive director then of ABAG, we're working hand in glove on the blueprint for that 9-county area. And so when I returned home in 2000 and the initiation of the blueprint began here under Mike McKeever's leadership at SACOG, it felt a little like blueprint-itis was kind of following me around a little bit. But I will say, you know, I think I'm generally a fan of what it attempts to do. And I'm not just talking about the kind of the perennial updates here, but kind of providing principles for us to all think about. And when I say us, I mean local government, because, you know, mostly for the public's benefit. SACOG does not have land use authority. We have land use authority. SACOG does have some control over transportation funding as it relates to land use decision making. It's kind of an interesting dance that we do. But I guess where I'm going with this is that based on kind of my experience and what I know about your experience and kind of understanding the progress over the last at least 3 decades of how especially greenfield development, I would argue, has become much more responsive and responsible relative to the principles. I think in the original blueprint for SACOG, it was 7 principles. Whether it be, you know, maybe more compact design, more housing diversity, incorporating more public transportation options and alternatives, active transportation alternatives. Those are all attributes that I think have certainly made their way into the local and regional planning profession as it relates to the character and the anticipated function of greenfield developments. I know we have a lot of focus on infill, and we should. And if you do a lot of walking like I do here around downtown and midtown, you can really, really see how the city of Sacramento, to their credit, has really taken advantage of exploiting in a good way those infill opportunities. That's just to get an example. But I think you and I can both agree, too, that not everyone is going to live in a 3-story walk-up. Not everyone is going to want to live immediately in a townhome environment. And that's the market, right? So we can certainly do our surveys and be as in touch as we can be with public sentiment, and that's a necessary part of a blueprint development and updating and progression. But it would be naive and foolish, in my humble opinion, if we didn't temper that kind of continually with understanding where the market is especially for housing. It doesn't mean that you just leave it to the market to plan our communities. I think that would be a complete mistake. But if we don't at least have some reverence for what the market tells us, especially as people progress through a life cycle, right? You're single, maybe you have a partner, maybe you have a growing family. Priorities change. They go from, hey, I want to be near active nightlife. Well, now I have a child or 2. Now I'd like to, I want to know about the quality of the school districts. Maybe that leads me to my decisions about where we live. So taking all of that into account, What can you say generally about how the blueprint in its evolution is given credence to the fact that, again, our greenfield developments as well as our infill applications and proposals is really attempting, and I would argue achieving to a pretty large extent, respect for the principles that are the kind of crux of the blueprint.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Cerna. I mean, I really, I think all the way back to the original blueprint you mentioned in 2004 that the region adopted voluntarily. We have basically a diverse portfolio, right, that we're trying to build in this region. And I would maybe even give you the tagline, we're trying to build great places that have lasting value, right, that are in some ways timeless. And that looks like urban infill, it looks like suburban revitalization and commercial corridors, and it looks like really great walkable new growth greenfield areas that people want to live in, they can raise families in, right, they want to stay in. We've never, sometimes our blueprint from 20 years ago is misunderstood in other regions of the country as an urban growth boundary, a hard stop. It's not, as you know. It's really it's a strategy, right, to build great places no matter where they are, which is why we took the board to Denver and even Salt Lake City. There's a great development called Daybreak in the suburb of Salt Lake City, which has every single kind of housing product you can imagine and a brand new growth area, right? And it has great trails and active transportation. So we are trying to do that in this region, and that's what we're trying to achieve, right? It's that balance, but we can't. It's not an either or. Sometimes I think we get into this, back and forth of is it infill or is it greenfield? That's not what the plan says. The plan says we're building great places for a diverse region and diverse communities and diverse residents, families, singles. That's what we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think. Again, to the extent that it matters, but I think the principles are actually more important than the maps sometimes. And to your point, we get caught up on a quick glance at a map and make some assumptions, unfortunately, about what it all means. But if you don't take the deep dive into understanding the principles behind what the maps graphically tell us, then I think we're all missing the point. But again, the point I'm trying to stress here, though, is the fact that if you look at greenfield development today versus when I was working for the largest home builder back in the mid-'80s, it is night and day in terms of amenities and concern for VMT even today, trying to minimize that. And so I would just hope moving forward that we just keep our eyes wide open to the fact that we have to be responsive in both, the infill space and the greenfield space.
And if I may, very quickly, Dave DeFonte, Deputy County Executive. Todd had alluded to our general plan earlier today, and it is a multifaceted approach to accommodating growth, infill, developing communities, new growth communities, et cetera. But what I wanted to mention here along your comments was how the general plan treats new growth areas. And I am hyper aware of that because I sat through 26 board workshops in these very chambers to craft our general plan along with policies LU 19 and 120. And at the time, I personally, along with others in this room, were working extremely closely with SACOG and Mr. McKeever to essentially translate some of those blueprint policies into local policy in our general plan. And LU 119 and 120 are the embodiment of that discussion. And to your point, Chair, what we're going to see out of what we're already seeing out of those policies is new growth areas being planned in a fundamentally different way than we've seen in the past. Encompassing densities, transit, amenities like parks, et cetera, in ways that we probably would not have imagined 30 years ago. So I would venture a guess, and I think I feel pretty confident in saying this, that our policy basis in our general plan is probably the most aggressive in the region related to how we are treating new growth areas and what we are demanding of them. Now, I think the next phase, we've spent, the better part of 15 years master planning some areas, and we're still, bringing some of those to fruition. But it's going to be how we implement those over time, right? And making sure that as those areas grow out, we stick to that policy basis and ensure that they're constructed in a way that was envisioned along with the planning process pursuant to LU 119 and 120.
Great reminder about our general plan, Dave. Thank you. All right. Any more comments or questions from board members? Supervisor Desmond.
And I know we'll have some public comment. Maybe I'll make some couple comments now. Thanks for bringing that up, Dave, because I know that came up a lot in some of the spirited discussions we had about the blueprint and how Sacramento County, because of our general plan, our developing communities are not necessarily the same as developing communities in other jurisdictions throughout this region. And that was a source of a lot of discussions we had. Couple things I want to bring up is and highlight is one, we're going to be doing the offsite meeting and tour in Arden Arcade community, and one of the reasons of that is because it's an environmental justice community in that part of the county. Having this tour, this offsite location, is consistent with our triple bottom line approach and our race equity inclusion efforts at SACOG. So I'm very proud that we're going to be doing that in my district, but I think it's going to be a great opportunity to highlight some of the challenges that we have in Sacramento County. I think unique challenges that we have along some of these older suburban corridors that have outlived their usefulness in a lot of ways and are carrying a lot more capacity than they were ever designed for, and to hear from our staff about all the things we're doing, for the other SACOG board members to hear from staff about all the things we're doing to set the table, so to speak, and how that only gets us part of the way there. So I'm looking forward to that. And I also wanted, could you go back one slide, James? I want to make sure, any chance, right here, I want to make sure we always highlight prioritizing maintenance and repair.
Did you make this
on our
slide?
road? I know you glossed over that. I was looking forward to this coming up, and never want to lose sight of the fact, obviously, that this is one of our biggest challenges in unincorporated Sacramento County with our $1.4 billion maintenance backlog, and always trying to improve our multimodal roadways, improve transit, improve all these things, but our struggle is just getting our doggone roads repaired, which is a disincentive to attracting more development, whether that's housing or other commercial development opportunities in these suburban areas. So want to just get that screen up there, or that slide up there on the screen. And final words, I appreciate you using that education, enforcement, and engineering. That was a mantra in my prior life in the CHP, and it does take a combination of those three things for traffic safety. Thank you, James.
Thank you, Supervisor Desmond. Supervisor Kennedy.
Real quickly, just because that slide is up, I just want to make the point that a BRT lane in Stockton Boulevard ticks off every one of those boxes. Thank you.
All right. All right. I think that concludes our comments for the time being. Stand by. Madam Clerk, we have public speakers?
We do not for this item.
Oh, okay. All right, then I will just conclude by thanking you, James. Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Dave, for enlightening us and the public about the blueprint update and responding to our questions. Do appreciate it.
Chair, if I could, I just really want to thank your staff. It's been great working with them. They're putting everything, their heart and soul, into the tour that Supervisor Desmond just mentioned. But I think in general, when we talk about how does Sacramento County show up in the blueprint, I hope I gave you a couple of examples. But we have a lot more examples today, I think, than we've had for quite some time. And that's because you got a great staff, you got a great team. They're working with us really closely. We're dovetailing into these competitive grants. So it's not an either or, right, as we've discussed, but just want to thank your staff for being so engaged with us and being great partners. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, James.
And great representation on the SACOG board, of course, from Sacramento County.
All right. Next item, please.
Okay, our next item is item 4, presentation of resolution recognizing Older Americans Month, the flip the script on aging.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Serna and board members.
Morning.
My name is Melissa Jacobs, and I am your Deputy Director for Senior and Adult Services. I want to thank this board for your continued commitment to ensuring Sacramento County is an age and disability-friendly community for all. Every year in May, we have the opportunity to recognize contributions of our older adults, taking note of the trends on aging, and renewing our commitment to how we serve and support our older adults. This year's national theme for Older Americans Month is Flip the Script on Aging. This encourages us to think differently about aging, how we talk about it, and what we think about aging and how we value the aging process. This theme sheds light on the embedded and subtle misconceptions and stereotypes and challenges us to address the stigma associated with aging by honoring the contributions of older adults, highlighting the many opportunities that we all have as we age to stay connected, to have purpose, and to stay active. Here in California, our governor and the Department of Aging recognize this month as Older Californians Month, and as the state, our county's population, a quarter of our county's population, will also be age 60 and over by the year 2030. Thank you for approving our local age and disability-friendly action plan earlier this year. Our subcommittees are already working on goals, which will help us to flip the script here in Sacramento. I'd also like to acknowledge a couple of our system partners in the work on aging services, your Adult and Aging Commission, who you'll hear from in a minute, as well as our local Age and Disability Resource Connection program, which is operated by three partners, Area 4, Resources for Independent Living, and ACC Senior Services. So thank you so much for being partners with us in highlighting and valuing our older adults. And I think, Pam, would you like to say a couple words? Our Executive Director of Area 4, Pam Miller.
Thank you, Melissa. And I want to acknowledge that Melissa is on our advisory council and is a very active member at the Agency on Aging. But I just want to thank you for always keeping people with disabilities and people that are aging in the forefront. I think that your Aging and Disability Resource Plan really does that. I think that the ADRC, the Age and Disability Resource Connection that we have in Sacramento, which is a very, very active ADRC that provides services like transition from hospital to home and nursing home to home, short-term counseling, case management, all sorts of programs that help people stay in the community. And I think that's the goal for all of us, is to have everybody in the least restricted environment that they can be in. So thank you very much for acknowledging this.
Thanks for your service, Pam.
And I'd like to also introduce Dr. Abba, your chair of the Adult and Aging Commission, and present to her this resolution.
Very good.
Thank you, Melissa. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. My name is Teresa Abba. I'm the chair for the Sacramento County Adult and Aging Commission, and it is my honor to also join today in celebrating Older Americans Month, a month where the nation comes together to recognize the invaluable contributions of older adults across our country. So we extend our deepest appreciation to the Board of Supervisors and for hosting today's celebration and for your continued support in promoting programs and policies that uplift older adults. And also, this year's theme, Flip the Script on Aging, calls on all of us to rethink about aging, how we view aging, and to move beyond the limiting stereotypes that view aging as a period of decline, and instead to recognize the vibrant chapter of life which the experience of older adults has to show. So it encourages all of us to celebrate aging as a dynamic process marked with opportunity, connection, and impact. So today, we are proud to honor some extraordinary accomplishments by some older adults, and also we also want to thank all the agencies that support the service for older adults. So as we celebrate this month, Older Americans Month, we encourage everyone to please join us to celebrate the contribution of older adults and help us flip the script, honoring the legacy, strength, and contributions of older Americans. So thank you so much for this opportunity. We will be calling our recipients awardees soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And we do not have any public comments on this item. And do you guys want to do a picture? Yeah, with the reso?
So if the other commissioners can join us so that we can recognize the recipients.
So the next item is
Oh, okay. The pictures, okay. Okay.
with the commissioners. Oh, no, for them to come down. They should be in this section.
Thank you. So,
Do you want me to stay?
Okay. Okay. Mr. Chair, are you ready
Yes.
for me to read the next item?
Yes.
Okay. For item 5, this is the presentation of resolutions recognizing the Adult and Aging Commission 5 over 50 awards.
All right.
Thank you. Good morning again. So today we are honored to recognize the Adult and Aging Commission's 5 over 50 Outstanding Volunteer Awardees. Volunteerism creates opportunities for purpose and contribution to our thriving community. Older adults continue to highlight Sacramento's progress in being an engaged, safe, and livable community for all. The volunteers recognized today have volunteered in Sacramento County for a combined total of over 70 years, and I think that's probably an underestimate, but by my calculations, I would like to express sincere thanks to these amazing individuals who are not just this year's awardees, but also individuals who embody the theme of how to flip the script on aging. We have a short video, I think, as well.
Someone told me about the ambassador program here at the International Airport in Sacramento. I said, hey, that would be great for me. I'd love that. I love the airports. I love the activity there. I love being in the airport, the atmosphere. I enjoy coming. I enjoy helping the people here, and it's just something that makes you feel good. I think what I like most of what I said is I just like helping people, and that's what you do here. We help people. Customer service is what we do, and we want to give the best customer service we can. We want folks to come back to this airport and say, I love it here. This is the best airport I've been to.
The people are great, and there's something for everyone, really. You can deliver gifts and get to see people's faces when they get the gifts. You can wrap. I got started because a friend of mine wanted me to make Barbie clothes for her daughter. Then I started putting the boxes together. Didn't have any place to give them. So my sister's in Child Protective Services, and she told me about this program. For all the gifts, they send out blank thank you notes so the people can thank us, and some of them are very touching. There was a couple last year where the kids said this is the first time they ever got a Christmas gift. So it was a little sad, but it kind of spurs you on to do more.
I had an unhappy childhood in elementary school. Long story short, as an adult, I said, you know what? No child should be unhappy, and that's why I'm here. At lunch and at recess, I play chess with the kids. I play dominoes. I play Connect Four, checkers, just about. And I set up a drawing table for them. So that is my theme, living the dream. I think at the end of the day, we all should try and give back some kind of way. Everybody has their own niche, and if once you retire or you're even not retired, you got a lot of time in your hands, I think giving back is a good thing. It makes you feel good about yourself. It makes others feel good.
Very good.
So I will go ahead and call each of them and with their folks who are here to support. I'll go District 1, I'll go in order.
Okay.
Jean Inderkum.
For those that don't know, the Intercom name is very prominent and well respected in Natomas, where my wife and I have lived for almost 25 years. I'm glad to see Jean is doing all that great work at the airport. Thank you, Jean.
And District 2, Barbara Heinrich.
Is that Inderkum High School?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Barbara, before you go, I want to thank you on behalf of District 2 for the great work you do in our community, make our community better. And thank you so much for your efforts, your work, continued work, and all you do. And Chair, I'm sorry, I misread the agenda item when I saw this as 5 over 50. I thought they were talking about us.
Oh. That would be accurate.
This is 3. And then I think District 3 is Barbara Farley.
Slowly.
That's
when
okay.
Yes, I would. I just want to say that it's wonderful to be recognized, but as we that are recognized are only good at what we do because we have so many people around us that help us to do what we do. And my 2 areas right now are Carmichael Heart and the Carmichael Food Closet. And we couldn't do any of that without all of the other volunteers who are here. So we're just merely representatives of a wonderful cadre of people who support us.
Very good.
Thank you very much.
And Barbara, I just want to add my thanks to you and everything you do in the community and the work you do with the unhoused, but also your willingness to engage with the larger community about the challenges we face. I've seen firsthand the work you do and the impacts it has. And I know we had some grand designs on doing some bigger things in Carmichael. Those have not gone away. I mean, we still have those opportunities.
We'll still work on those. Right.
But I'm so thrilled that you're recognized today. Thank you for all your work.
District 4, Bonnie Shuchuk. Thank you.
Bonnie, I just want to thank you for all that you do. You truly embody the spirit of community, and you have a heart for your community. You have exceptional leadership, and the work you do is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
District 5, Tony Ruchina. Did you want to say anything?
I just want to say thank you. I'm overwhelmed.
You go by Coach Tony, don't you?
I do. Back in Fremont, where I come from, I coached baseball for like over 30 years, Little League, and it's just something that stuck with me.
Well, District 5 Supervisor Pat Hume is not here today, but he did want me to certainly pass along his gratitude for your service, especially in the Galt and Herald communities, and as we saw in the video, all your great work, managing after-school programs, keeping young minds active, is very much appreciated. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Next item, please.
Okay. Your next item, item 6, is the presentation of resolution recognizing May 18th through the 24th of 2025 as National Public Works Week and the time capsule opening.
All right, colleagues, members of the public, it's my honor to be at the podium this morning recognizing our public works professionals. The Reso is actually declaring the week of May 18th to the 24th as National Public Works Week. This is a well-deserved public recognition of the women and men, our engineers, our managers, our employees, those that are actually doing some of the most important work as it relates to infrastructure, infrastructure maintenance. Mr. Desmond, I'm sure you can appreciate that. But it's a very wide spectrum of services and skills that are applied, whether it be in the transportation space, water supply, wastewater, certainly our airports that we're so proud of. All of it cannot be built and maintained the way it needs to be to best serve our citizens without the people behind all of that. And so this is the actually the 65th Annual National Public Works Week, and the theme this year is People, Purpose, and Presence, and I believe there's even a reminder of that in the corner back there. So with that, I'm going to present the resolution and then give up the podium to hear more about what you all do. Oh, one more. Great.
Thank you.
Floor is yours.
Thank you. We're going to take one at the... Thank you, Chair Cerna. Thank you, members of the board and honored guests. On behalf of the American Public Works Association and Sacramento County's Public Works professionals, I want to thank you for this proclamation recognizing National Public Works Week. My name is Claudia Wade, and I'm honored to serve as the county engineer for Sacramento County and this year's president of the Sacramento chapter of the American Public Works Association. This year, we're proud to celebrate APWA's 60th anniversary as the Sacramento chapter, 6 decades of advancing public works and community service. This year's National Public Works theme is People, Purpose, and Presence. It's a powerful message and the one that truly resonates here in Sacramento County. On behalf of APWA, I would like to give you this year's National Public Works Week coaster with our theme. People are the heart of public works, the engineers, equipment operators, analysts, inspectors, planners, support staff who keep our roads safe, our water flowing, our neighborhoods clean, and our public spaces accessible. In Sacramento County, these are the dedicated professionals across the transportation, water resources, airports, parks, waste management, recycling, and community development who work behind the scenes and on the front lines every day. Purpose reflects the shared mission we all carry to build, maintain, and improve infrastructure and systems that our residents rely on every single day. Whether it's responding to a storm, upgrading a pump station, reviewing development plans, or ensuring ADA accessibility, the work we do is rooted in service, safety, equity, and sustainability. Presence speaks to the visibility and impact of public works in the lives of our community members. In Sacramento County, people, purpose, and presence are not just words. They're a daily commitment to community, well-being, resilience, and progress. I'd also like to acknowledge the many public works professionals in the audience today, from Department of Transportation, Department of Water Resources, regional parks, airports, waste management and recycling, and community development. Thank you for all you do and for being here to represent the vital work of public service. To highlight the theme of people, purpose, and presence, we'd like now to share a brief video. It features County Sacramento employees from across departments doing the critical work that keeps our communities moving and thriving.
Hello, my name is Adrian Lozano, Sacramento County Water Resource. We maintain stormwater and drainage.
My name is Gustavo Palomar, and I work for Sacramento County International Airport, and I make sure that all the painting and the runways, taxiways, parking lots, roadways are properly painted for the safety of public.
Hi, my name is Sean Wolf. I work in water treatment for the County of Sacramento, specifically Sacramento County Water Agency.
Hi, I'm Julio with the County of Sacramento. I'm the bridge supervisor that oversees operations and bridge maintenance.
I'm Jody Hashigami Contreras. I'm a senior civil engineer with the Department of Community Development.
My name is Jason. I work for Regional Parks, American River Parkway, as a senior park maintenance worker.
Hi, my name is Paul Romero. I'm with Sacramento County. I'm a curbside collection operator.
I've been working with the county for 18 years now, and I'm really proud of maintaining the runways.
My favorite part of the job is just showing up every day and being able to work with a good group of people that all have like-minded goals and trying to achieve something like producing water for the community.
I've been with the county for 20 years now. Been in the field for 14 years, been a supervisor for 6.
My favorite memory or part of the job was when I first realized that we got to work the aftershock event and preparing it, trimming trees, cleaning the area, adding bark, just making it prepared so they can set up for the event.
Our job makes a difference because we make sure our neighborhoods don't flood and we maintain our storm drain.
I got into this line of work to help keep our communities clean and work with the public.
Being able to work with constituents within our community has really, it exposed me to a new understanding of what the term community and public good means.
Thank you to everyone for participating in that video. I think it just exemplifies just the everyday work that's done that we don't think about. So with that, recognizing APWA Managers of the Year, this week we're also recognizing outstanding individuals that were nominated by their peers throughout the Sacramento region. They were selected by APWA for Manager of the Year awards. These awards honor public works leaders who exemplify excellence in service, innovation, and leadership. I would like to first please stand, Jenny Ramirez. She is receiving an award for the category of Administrative Management. Jenny Ramirez of the Department of Community Development is being honored for her exceptional administrative leadership. She is widely respected for her professionalism, reliability, collaborative approach. Jenny consistently delivers complex HR and budget services with precision, enhancing internal operations and customer service, and fostering a culture of innovation. Our second winner, we actually have 3 in our county, is Michael Menlanget. You can please stand. He will be receiving an award for the category of Engineering and Technology. Michael Menlanget, also with Community Development, leads a robust engineering technology service program. His work has modernized internal workflows, improved public transparency, strengthened service delivery through smart innovation and strategy. Michael is a true technology-forward leader in public service. Our third winner is Carrie Schmitz. You can please stand. She will be receiving an award for the category of Water Resources. Carrie Schmitz has been the Division Chief of Water Supply in the Department of Water Resources since 2014. She oversees a system serving over 69,000 customers, managing a $100 million budget, and leads more than 140 employees. Carrie is also recognized as a regional water leader, holding roles with the Water Forum, the Sacramento Regional Water Authority, and the Freeport Regional Water Authority. Her steady leadership is vital to ensuring safe, reliable water for our communities. Although these outstanding individuals will be celebrated and receive their awards actually tomorrow night at the American Public Works Association National Public Works Week Awards Banquet, that was a handful, we felt it was important that these public servants be recognized in their very own county. On behalf of Sacramento Chapter APWA, congratulations on this very well-deserved award. Sacramento County is fortunate to have you, and we are proud to count you on this among the finest in our profession. Please join me in congratulating Jenny, Michael, and Carrie. So now what's next is the time capsule.
Actually, we're gonna go off script a little bit. Can someone go grab the sign back there? We're gonna take a photo with anyone in the room that is closely associated with Public Works. Come on down to the pit, and I want my colleagues to come down. We're gonna take a group photo, and then we'll open the capsule.
Anyone involved with Public Works? That includes planning too, Todd.
Does this mean that all the bridges are not being operated? There's no water.
No one wants to see it. You guys got to get in the pit. Oh, okay. Thank you. I made sure it was. Had to do that. Actually, that thing was my idea. Fun, Cheryl.
I know. So Ron, I think I might take you up on opening. Okay. So Ron Macari, our Department of Transportation Director, is helping unseal the time capsule. Now let's take a moment to travel back to the year 2000, when Sacramento County celebrated National Public Works Week with a special time capsule. Let me just tell you, this thing was welded shut, and it took a special ops team to open it up. It was a different era. Y2K had just come and gone. NSYNC was in the charts.
There you go.
And GPS still required printed MapQuest directions. The capsule was sealed by a team of county staff, many of whom are here with us today. I'd like to acknowledge and thank a few of those original contributors. We have Christina Ragsdale here with us, who was the Public Information Officer for Public Works, who covered 8 divisions at the time. And Cheryl Creason, who was the Public Works Director, or the Municipal Services Agency Director. It's somewhere in there. And I was told she was the first female Public Works Director at Sacramento County. Thank you for preserving a piece of our county's public works legacy. So let's take a look at what they left us, artifacts from a not-so-distant past that feels like ancient history in today's tech-driven world. So the camera is here.
Oh, look at that. Flip phone.
Motorola flip phone. It's the first
Wait. How's Don Natoli communicating?
from a Public Works inspector. It was a state-of-the-art Motorola flip phone, once used by one of her inspectors. Back then, this was the peak of mobile technology. This kind of phone you flipped open with a dramatic flare before saying, "I'm on site." It made calls, and that was pretty much it. You guys recognize that?
Oh my, a Palm Pilot?
Palm Pilot. Yeah.
Wow. Holy smokes.
For those familiar, this was a handheld device that could store phone numbers and a calendar, maybe include a grocery list. Basically, it walked so your smartphone could run. And actually, that Palm Pilot belonged to Christina Ragsdale. So after today, you can have it back. So that is a model of an automated trash bin. It's a replica of the standard single can system used by Waste Management in 2000. Hard to imagine now with our 3-bin sorting system of food waste composting and the ever-changing recycling rules. This little guy reminds us of a simpler time and fewer color-coded selections. So this is the Watt Avenue Bridge. This is an aerial of what it looked like in the 60s. And then we have a rendering of what it was supposed to look like, the ultimate configuration. What's remarkable is the rendering from 25 years ago looks nearly identical to the complete bridge today. A rare case where as-built really did match as envisioned. Proof that long-term planning in public works pays off. And actually, I was just told today that it was the first first project the county featured on a website. It was the first in the region to do so.
Wow.
The fifth is I'm holding it backwards. Here you go.
Oh, wow. Is that Terminal A?
Yes, it is.
Holy smokes.
So it's a grand opening publication for Terminal A when Sacramento officially upgraded from a quaint regional stop to please arrive 90 minutes early. A reminder that great public works doesn't just get you from point A to B, but sometimes they can help you catch your flight there.
Nice.
And the last item. And there are several more items which we'll share with all the public works all the directors afterwards.
Oh, yeah. The clouds parted and the angels sang.
And finally, that was the 2000 Water Forum Agreement, a landmark collaboration among diverse stakeholders, including water purveyors, environmentalists, businesses, community leaders. This agreement marked a shift towards integrated sustainable water management in Sacramento, balancing the region's need for reliable water supply while protecting the lower American Rivers environment for years to come. These items show us how far we've come in technology, system, and strategy, and they're a great reminder that the work we do today may one day become someone else's legacy. As I close, I want to thank you, our Board of Supervisors, for your support of the people and the departments who keep Sacramento County running. National Public Works Week reminds us that it takes a village, dedicated staff, visionary leadership, and the support of our community to build a better future. Thank you.
Thanks, Claudia. Supervisor Desmond.
Claudia, thanks for the presentation. I just want to thank all the public works professionals in Sacramento County. You know, it is, whether it's SACOG or CSAC, people are really amazed by how large Sacramento County's staff is, because we have such a huge public works responsibility, such a huge municipal services responsibility. And I am so proud of everybody who works for the county and where I interact with them, whether that's waste management or DOT or airports or community development or water resources. I would stack our public works staff up against the staff in any city or special district in this region or in the state. They do tremendous work serving the residents of Sacramento County, and I want to thank you and thank everybody who serves Sacramento County.
I would offer the same challenge, except my wife is a CVO for West Sacramento. So, Supervisor Rodriguez.
On that same note, I want to thank you for all the work that you do. When I was with the City of Folsom, I hung out quite a bit with our Public Works team because it's so extensive and it's so big, and the work that you do is so important to our county. And so I just want to give a big thank you for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Mr. County Executive.
Thank you, Supervisor. I just wanted to thank Claudia for bringing this to our attention. You know, the Public Works Week is a great thing, but we have such fantastic employees throughout our organization, especially in the Public Works area, and the great work that they do, whether it's on the bridges or collecting waste or all the different things that are included in, for the most part, Dave DeFonte's agency, and the great work that they do. The funny thing on the time capsule was I think we lost it there for a little while. We didn't realize it was on the third floor for so long. It sat there for 25 years and right in the area where everybody had lunch, and we just kind of lost a sight of it. So we hopefully will do it again in 25 years. Maybe we'll have a host of folks coming up and have Mr. DeFonte maybe sitting in the audience watching us.
All right. Very good. Thanks again, Claudia. Job
Thank
well
you.
done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, they're going to put the other podium back. Can we
Okay.
just have a few
All right.
seconds? Okay.
All this time, I didn't even know that thing moved. Okay.
Next item. I'm going to read item 38 into the record. This is to adopt a resolution establishing a community planning advisory council for the Foothill Farms community and amending the Community Planning Advisory Council consolidated bylaws to include the newly formed Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council and to appoint members to the Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council. I just want to introduce this item just to give a shout out to everyone who played a role in this. We worked really closely with Supervisor Desmond's office to bring this recommendation down to the board to adopt a new CPAC in the Foothill community. And I want to give a shout out to Alma Munoz, who used to work for our office. Now she works for our chair. He stole her. But Alma did take the lead on this, and she worked really closely with your staff, Supervisor Desmond, and met with all of the CPACs, worked very closely with the Planning Environmental Review staff. And then Nicole took the lead from there once you stole Alma, and she took it down to the Planning Commission, and now we're here before you with the recommendation. So I wanted to introduce Nicole Lee, who is our Assistant Clerk and who will give the presentation.
All right, very good. Thank you.
So good morning, board members. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here before you this morning. As Phil mentioned, I'm Nicole. I know most of you. I'm Assistant Clerk of the Board of Supervisors, and I'm here today to discuss the establishment of the Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, otherwise known as CPAC, which I'll use for the remainder of this presentation. And so currently the Foothill Farms community is split between two different CPACs. It's split between the North Highlands and what they call New Foothill Farms, as I'm learning, and then I'm supposed to use this, so please forgive me. I'm used to other people doing this. And the Carmichael community, and is combined with the old Foothill Farms community. And so around the fall of 2023, Supervisor Desmond was approached at various, and his staff at various events and community meetings with a desire from that Foothill Farms community to establish their own CPAC to provide a real more dedicated platform to voice their concerns concerning planning projects that occurred within the Foothill Farms community, a more comprehensive approach as opposed to being split between the two different CPACs. And so following those discussions with Supervisor Desmond, our office just began to look at the process and the possibility of establishing a Foothill Farms CPAC for that community. So currently there are 14 CPACs spread all around Sacramento County, as you all know, that represent the unincorporated communities within Sacramento County. This CPAC, should your board approve this recommendation today, would be the 15th. And Chapter 2.36 of Sacramento County Code, it provides that the Board of Supervisors by resolution may establish a CPAC, which is why we are here today. And so I have some maps just for you to take a look at, and just on the recommendation of District 3, we've proposed some maps and new boundaries for the Foothill Farms CPAC. So if you look on this map, in what you see in the middle in that pink area is what we are recommending as the Foothill Farms CPAC area, and it's flanked on the left-hand side with the North Highland CPAC, and then on the bottom right-hand side, that Carmichael CPAC. If you see that red line right through the middle of what we're recommending as the Foothill Farms CPAC, that was the delineator that used to be how Foothill Farms was split. So that portion on the left-hand side of that of the Foothill Farms CPAC was part of North Highlands, and the portion on the right-hand side was part of the Carmichael CPAC. And so we are recommending just to put that together, make it one full CPAC. And so then here you can just see a better idea of what North Highlands will be with these new boundaries. It's just the removal of that Foothill Farms community from there. And then on the next maps, it's the removal again of that Foothill Farms area, and then for Carmichael and making that. And then, of course, are proposed, and I know this is so large that you can see them all, but this is all 15 CPACs that, if adding in out the very, very, very top of that by the number 3, that District 3, you'll see that Foothill Farms community with all 15 of those CPACs on there. And so we did, as part of this process, visit the advisory bodies that would be affected by this change. So we went to the North Highlands Foothill Farm CPAC on April 23rd of 2024, and that was generally just a discussion. They did not have a quorum that day, and so they did not take a vote and pass forward any recommendations. On May the 8th, 2024, we went to Carmichael Foothill Farms, and they did recommend unanimously that this board approve the establishment of the Foothill Farm CPAC. We went back to North Highlands Foothill Farms on September 24th, 2024. They were able to vote 2 yes, 2 abstain, but did not pass forward a recommendation to this board. And then subsequent to that, the Planning Commission on April 14th, who did vote unanimously for this board to approve the recommendations. Some of the North Highlands CPAC members did have questions and concerns regarding the member distribution and recruitment efforts when we met with them, and District 3 staff was on hand to be able to answer those questions for them. And then throughout the process, we have received one public comment in favor of the proposal for this item. And so I want to talk a little bit about the composition of the CPAC. So what we are proposing for the Foothill Farm CPAC, that entire area is District 3, so all 7 seats for that CPAC will remain in District 3. North Highlands is the most affected. When we removed the Foothill Farms community from North Highlands, it took that District 3 distribution out a little bit, so a nice little hefty chunk of it. So we are recommending a change to that CPAC distribution between the supervisorial districts. So we are recommending that District 1 picks up an additional seat, so they'll have 2 seats. District 3 will give up 2 of their seats, and they will have 1 seat. And District 4 will obtain a new seat, and they will have 4 seats. And then the Carmichael CPAC, there is no change to that. All of that was already all in District 3, so all seats will remain in District 3. So I want to talk a little bit about the implementation plan should your board decide to approve this recommendation. There currently are 3 members that are sitting on the North Highlands Foothill Farms CPAC. Those members currently reside within the Foothill Farms community. And so with the amendment of the boundaries of the North Highlands CPAC, they would no longer be eligible to serve. It's the recommendation of our office today that part of this establishment of the CPAC is that those members be appointed to terms as initial members to this CPAC, of course, subject to the bylaws and what those terms look like. And then following or subsequent to the approval of this board for the establishment of the CPAC, our office will announce the 4 remaining positions. I will say that we have received 1 application already, and for that board and have received increased what's the word I'm looking for? Increased interest. There we go. Thank you. It's over there. Thank you. Increased interest for the Foothill Farms community. Thank you to District 3 for getting the word out, and the current Foothill Farms community for getting that word out in their community meetings as well for that. And should we receive any applications, we'll bring them back forward for a nomination and appointment at the meeting of June the 9th. Or June the 10th, my apologies. And so we have established a Foothill Farm CPAC implementation work group, and that's just to work through all of the different components to ensure that this CPAC can hit the ground and running. There are 12 projects that are currently targeting that area, and so it's important that we are ready to go for this CPAC. There's 2 projects currently that, should they be deemed complete today, they would be ready to see go before a CPAC sometime July or August. And so we have found a location to have these meetings should your board approve these. And so we are targeting our first meeting for that CPAC in either mid-June or mid-July for that CPAC. So that brings us to our recommendation. So the clerk of the board staff, on behalf of Supervisorial District 3, recommends that the Board of Supervisors today take the following action: to adopt a resolution establishing the Foothill Farms CPAC and amending the common set of CPAC bylaws that will include the Foothill Farms CPAC, as well as amending the boundaries of North Highlands and Carmichael CPAC, and then acknowledge the exempt status of this request, and then appoint those 3 members for an initial term subject to the bylaws. And so I just want to thank you for your time and consideration, and I am available along with some planning staff and Supervisor Desmond to answer any other questions that you may have this morning.
Very good. Thank you, Nicole. Before we get to Supervisors Desmond and Kennedy, who are in the queue, I just want to offer my thanks to you, specifically, Nicole, the clerk of the board's office. As usual, very thoughtful way of looking at how we were going to make this happen, and it's obvious in your presentation. It's very thorough. I also want to make sure that as you mentioned earlier, Madam Clerk, thank my Chief of Staff, Alma Munoz, who I know is watching. She helped educate me on a few of the different facets involved with the new geography and the addition of the CPAC. So thanks to her and thanks to you all. And with that, we'll go to Supervisor Desmond first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll start with thanks as well. Nicole, I know it's the staff hates to see or hear about a harebrained idea from one of the supervisors. That causes a lot of work, and I know that at various times a lot of us are sources of that, but I probably more than others these days. So thank you for all of your work and Alma's work and your workflow, and great job on the presentation too, by the way. It's good to see you up there at the podium. I appreciate the opportunity to hear this and bring this forward. You know, this is really something that was driven by the community. It came up to me shortly after I took office. Foothill Farms is a very distinct community. It's 2 zip codes. It's a census-designated place, and a very strong sense of identity in that community. And I remember when I was a member of the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms CPAC myself, there was even discussion back then by the Foothill Farms representative, why are we always kind of the afterthought? We're attached to another CPAC. Why can't we have our own? It's a community of almost 40,000 people, and like I mentioned, they're very passionate about the community, very distinct sense of identity, and I think that's one of the inherent challenges of these large unincorporated areas, right? They're not part of a city. They kind of stand on their own. We all know, we've heard over the decades the criticisms about the county really overlooking these communities and not having the same intentionality as they may have if it's a city. And in my opinion, this is an effort to kind of counteract that, to acknowledge to the residents in Foothill Farms that we see you. We know it's important that you have your own sense of identity. And I want to make sure that this is not, I know it's kind of ironic that we're having this discussion. At the same time, some of our community development review processes are looking at ways, frankly, to either streamline the approval of housing projects and maybe even bypass CPACs in certain circumstances. And I support those. This is not, in my opinion, any effort to prevent that from happening, but it is really a way to I think, empower folks in that community and make them more proud to have their own CPAC. You know, there's no PBID in Foothill Farms. There isn't a strong chamber involvement in Foothill Farms. This will be an entity, I think, that provides an opportunity for the community to be more engaged, more involved in the community. So I thank you for the presentation. I'm very happy to move approval of this today. I actually have a Foothill Farms Neighborhood Association meeting tonight, and I would like nothing more than to be able to announce our support at that. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I know there's more comments, but I would move approval.
I'll second. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Desmond, for putting me in a very uncomfortable position. In that, I completely for all of the reasons you said. I applaud your efforts in doing this, and I congratulate you on getting it over the finish line. And these things aren't easy. I won't be supporting it, not as any that I have any issue with the people of Foothill Farms and their ideas of self-governance, or my colleague and him representing his district. And I loathe to get involved with very district-centered issues. However, I feel like it's important that I remain consistent. Years ago, I headed up an effort along with Supervisor Peters at the time to decrease the number of CPACs because I don't think that a greater number of CPACs is going to be conducive to addressing our housing crisis that we see in Sacramento County. And in fact, I think it, in many times, for a variety of reasons, slows the process down. So just in order to remain consistent with that position, and I will not be supporting it at this time. I'm sorry to say that.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
Oh, yes, we do. Let me clear that. Yes, we do have one person signed up to speak. Diane Kiefer.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Diane Kiefer. I am a resident of Old Foothill Farms. I'm also the Vice President of the Foothill Farms Association. I am here to speak and support Agenda Item 38, establishing a dedicated community planning association, our planning advisory committee, as known as CPAC for Foothill Farms. Currently, as you have heard, our community is split between two different CPACs, Old Foothill Farms and Carmichael, New Foothill Farms and North Highlands. This structure dilutes our input and pairs us with, as it pairs us with the communities that have different priorities and needs. A dedicated CPAC will ensure decisions are made by residents who actually live in the area. It will restore public trust in the advisory process and ensure that the feedback reflects the real concerns of our community. As you have already heard, the unincorporated area, we do not have a city council or other local governing body. The CPAC is one of the only platforms that we have to participate in decisions about development, zoning, and land use. I respectfully ask that you vote yes on Agenda Item 38. Help us establish a CPAC that truly represents Foothill Farms, allowing our community to be heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kiefer.
And that concludes your public comments.
All right, very good. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Supervisor Rosario Rodriguez, could you vote?
Mine is, it's lit, yes.
Oh, okay. It's, for some reason, it's not showing up.
And then do it again.
There we go. Okay, thank you. And the motion carries with Supervisor Kennedy voting against this item, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Hume is not present.
Congratulations.
Thank you. And I'll be reviewing the application shortly.
All right, next item, please.
And then for our next item, item 39, let me grab my glasses. It's County Service Area Number 1, Zone 1, public hearing on the benefit category change and levy of increased service charge for the Blossom Ridge subdivision.
Hello, something I haven't said before. Good afternoon. Members of the board, I'm Dawn Pimentel with County Engineering. The Blossom Ridge subdivision is located on the west side of Filbert Avenue, approximately 650 feet north of Greenback Lane, and consists of 32 single-family lots, a drainage basin parcel, and associated site improvements. The project was approved with the general plan improvement, or general plan amendment, community plan amendment, rezone, subdivision tentative map, special development permit, Title 22 exception, and design review on August 8th, 2023. In response to the project's condition of approval required prior to filing a final map, the project's proponents submitted an application requesting the initiation of the benefit category change process. In response to that request, a notice and Proposition 218 protest ballot was mailed to the property owner on April 4th, 2025. Currently, the project is a single parcel in the safety light only category and is assessed $2.56 annually. After the benefit category change to the enhanced street and safety categories, the increased annual service charge will approximately be $2,062.50 total for the 33 residential parcels, since the drainage parcel is considered residential. If there are no questions from the board, we recommend the board open the public hearing, consider written and oral testimonies, any objections and protests, and close the public hearing, then direct the board clerk to tabulate the returned protest ballot.
Very good. Any questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this
We
matter?
do not have any public
I will
speakers.
close the public hearing and ask you to tabulate.
And I will do that now. So the clerk received one ballot, and the legal owner is Blossom Ridge 32 LLC, parcel number 22300910002. Site address is 6331 Filbert Avenue, Orangeville, California, and they are in favor of the proposed benefit category change.
Thank you. Since there is no majority protest, we request to the board adopt the attached resolution to confirm the levy increase service charges for the Blossom Ridge subdivision. And I would like to read in the recorded fill-ins for the resolution. In Section 2, at the close of the hearing, the board received 0 written protests. In Section 3, at the close of the tabulation, the board received 1 protest ballot totaling 100% of the total amount to be levied, of which 100% was in favor of change of the benefit category and 0 was in opposition. And that's it.
All right, very good. Thank you. We don't have any public speakers. The public hearing is closed. I would entertain a motion at this
I
point.
will go ahead and move to approve the recommended action.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right, very good. Before we break, I just want to thank the clerk and her staff for, again, I think finally putting the dot on the I and crossing the T on how we're going to best manage our time. I would have us all note the clock tells us we're, I think, more or less right on time. So I think it's going well. I want to thank you for all your work. Thank you, Nicola, the cheap seats there. Thank you. We do not have a closed session, and we are in recess until 2 o'clock. Okay, I'd like to call back to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and reestablish a quorum?
Yes. Good afternoon. Supervisors Kennedy.
Here.
Desmond. Rodriguez. Here. Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum.
Very good, thank you. First item.
Item 40 is the Floodplain Management Ordinance Amendment, a zoning ordinance to amend the Floodplain Management Ordinance, a standalone component of the zoning code. And the environmental determination is a notice of exemption.
Are we keeping the video rolling? There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Sarah, members of the board. I'm Kevin Sue, Senior Engineer with the Department of Water Resources. We'll be presenting on proposed amendments to the Floodplain Management Ordinance, which is a standalone component of the zoning code. Following a recent FEMA review of this ordinance, amendments were identified to remain consistent with federal standards. I've listed some of the amendments here, but I'll go over them more shortly. First, I wanted to provide a little background on why this is important. Sacramento County participates in FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program, or NFIP in short. The NFIP allows participating communities access to purchase federal flood insurance, and a compliant ordinance is required to participate in this flood insurance program. These proposed amendments will satisfy FEMA's comments. The primary proposed amendments include, the top one was 90216. It clarifies the definition of a developed area. And the following three is 90604F, 90602, and 906.7C. All three of these clarify minimum elevation requirements for new and substantially improved structures. And this is to remain consistent with residential elevation requirements. Affected CPACs were offered an opportunity to hear a presentation. 3 councils requested presentations, and they were all supportive of the amendments, with only clarifying questions being asked. The Planning Commission has made the following recommendations: determine the notice of exemption is adequate and complete, and approve the ordinance amending the floodplain management ordinance, a standalone component of the zoning code. And that's all I have for you today, and I can take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
We do not.
Okay, then entertain a motion at this point.
I won't. Did someone?
Yeah, I think Supervisor Desmond beats the punch. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
And just to confirm, Supervisor Desmond made the motion?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you. Next item.
Item 41 is the Gardner split zone and modification of an agricultural preserve to permit a boundary line adjustment.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and members of the board. Kimber Gutierrez, Senior Planner with Planning and Environmental Review. I will be presenting this and the rest of the planning items on behalf of Leanne Mueller today. So starting with the Gardner split zone and modification of ag preserve to permit a boundary line adjustment. The proposed project involves 2 properties in the Delta community, an 89.36 acre parcel currently used for grape farming, and a separate 0.3 acre parcel addressed with 15725 Isleton Road, developed with a single family residence and a garage, which was built in 1955. Since 1971, the vineyard property has been enrolled in a Williamson Act agricultural preserve. That number is 71 AP 007, and the residential property is not a part of that Williamson Act contract. The larger property, vineyard property, is within the Ag 80 zoning district, while in contrast, the residential property is within the Ag 20 zoning district. Surrounding land uses surrounding zoning districts include Ag 80 and Delta Waterways. The Delta Waterways captures the Sacramento River and the Georgiana Slough. The proposed action involves a request to rescind the existing ag preserve for the vineyard property, and then simultaneously enter into a new ag preserve to capture the new vineyard boundaries, and then approve a split zone to allow a boundary line adjustment for the project site. The proposed boundary line adjustment would slightly enlarge the residential property. It would essentially be adding 80 feet to the west and south, and would total approximately half an acre. The half-acre L-shaped expansion would serve as an open space buffer for the residential property from the abutting vineyard operations. So the half-acre boundary line adjustment would increase the residential property to 0.82 acre and concurrently reduce the vineyard property to 88.84 acres. The residential property's boundary lines would change. However, the underlying zoning district would remain the same. So what you're seeing on the screen is the expansion of that residential property. So it would still retain the Ag 20 portion and then have this additional half acre of Ag 80. The zoning code does state that no zoning district boundary shall be established to divide one lot into 2 or more zoning districts unless approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that is why this project is before you today. So as noted, the entire vineyard property is currently under an active ag preserve, and the proposed boundary line adjustment would result in a half acre being permanently removed from that 89-acre vineyard. Therefore, the modification to the Williamson Act contract is necessary to reflect the smaller vineyard acreage. And then modification to any Williamson Act contract is also the purview of the board. The proposed request did go before the Ag Advisory Committee and the Delta Citizens Municipal Advisory Council. Both were recommended for approval. Planning staff has reviewed the request, and we are also recommending approval of the proposed boundary line adjustment and creation of the board-approved split zone parcel. So there are 5 different recommended actions. The first, to recognize the exempt status of the request under Section 15301 of the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. Approve the resolution authorizing a split zone property pursuant to Sacramento County Zoning Code Section 1.6.2.A.2. Direct the planning director or designee to process the boundary line adjustment pursuant to Sacramento County Code Title 22. Approve a resolution to rescind the existing ag preserve for the vineyard property based on the current boundaries, and then simultaneously enter and reestablish that ag preserve to reflect the altered property boundaries from the boundary line adjustment. And with that, I'll conclude my presentation and can answer any questions.
Thank you, Kimber. I do have a question.
Sure.
Unfortunately, our District 5 supervisor is not here today, so what can you share in terms of his disposition?
I was not in the briefing, so I will let Todd speak to that.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, Todd Smith, Planning Director. I did cover this in a conversation with Supervisor Hume several weeks ago. He was not concerned about any issues here. He didn't offer any personal opinion, support, or otherwise.
Okay, so his staff were presumably okay with it being agendized during.
That's my understanding.
Absence. Okay, very good. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to speak on this matter?
We do not have anyone for this item.
Okay.
I will move to approve the recommended action for this item.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Item 42, this is a letter of public convenience and necessity for the sale of alcohol through a Type 40 on-sale beer ABC license at an existing bar and tavern and indoor recreation facility, which is a billiard hall, located at 6110 Watt Avenue in the North Highlands community, and the business name is Billiard El Tapatio.
All right. Hello again. Kimber Gutierrez, Senior Planner with Planning and Environmental Review, presenting the Billiard El Tapatio PCN request. So the project site is located at 6110 Watt Avenue. It's in the mid-block on the east side of Watt Avenue in the North Highlands Foothill Farms community. The project site is 1,250 square foot commercial suite with an existing 8,160 square foot strip mall, originally constructed in 1961. The project site is within the North Watt Avenue corridor plan, within the town center district, and has a sub area of residential mixed use 1. One of the retail suites in the strip mall is an existing billiards hall, so Billiard El Tapatio. The subject property is within Census Tract 74.03 and has a baseline authorization of 3 off-sale licenses and 6 on-sale licenses. None of the off-sale licenses are issued, so all 3 allotments are available, and I believe all of the on-sale licenses are also available as well. So there is no over-concentration, and it is considered an under-concentrated area with respect to alcohol license. Within the strip mall, again, none of the businesses sell alcohol. The subject property, however, is within Sheriff's District 1, Northwest County, sub-area North Highlands. So because within that area does have an average crime rate that exceeds the overall district average by greater than 20%. So the finding of public convenience or necessity is required due to the project's location within a high crime area. And then also within the general plan, the area is within the North Highlands Environmental Justice Community. A Type 40 alcohol license is typically issued to bars and taverns. It authorizes the sale of beer for consumption on or off the premises where sold, and no wine or distilled spirits may be on the premises. Full meals are not required, however, snacks must be available, and minors are also allowed on the premises. Their license type is also subject to the responsible beverage service requirements and requires alcohol servers and managers of alcohol servers to be responsible beverage service certified. I did want to note that although the Type 40 alcohol license does allow sales for off-site consumption, the proprietor of the billiards hall has agreed to restrict sales to on-site consumption only, and that is also noted in their ABC application that is included as an attachment to the report. And this requirement for on-site beer consumption would continue to be added to the license once it's issued. So on screen now is the 1 mile radius map. This showcases existing alcohol sales licenses, as well as schools, daycare centers, and vacant parcels within the area. The nearby land uses are mostly commercial businesses and tenants to the north and south along Watt Avenue. Some of these commercial businesses do sell alcohol, but none are within the immediate proximity of the subject site. The surrounding side streets to the east are single-family residential subdivisions, and there are several schools within a 1 mile radius, and then McClellan Airport is a little over half a mile to the west. The request was presented to the North Highlands Foothill Farms CPAC. We only had one CPAC member in attendance who asked a couple of questions, but overall was rather neutral towards the request. One public commenter did speak supporting the PCN request, citing a lack of local entertainment options in the area. And then as of March 26 of 2025, there have been no written public comments. Oh, sorry. We did receive one public comment in support that should have been forwarded to you. We did receive that today. So we did receive one public comment in support of the proposed request. Because of the lack of quorum, there was no formal CPAC recommendation, but we do move forward with the project regardless. So just to kind of recap, the area is under-concentrated in terms of alcohol sales. The area is a high-crime neighborhood, and the applicant has agreed to both the sheriff's recommended conditions for on-site sales only, and then limitation on the hours of alcohol sales from 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. daily. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of this PCN request. We believe that the sale of alcohol can be accomplished in a manner that sufficiently addresses or eliminates objections received and negative impacts identified in the review pursuant to Sacramento County Code 460030. And we believe that the applicant has demonstrated that the public convenience or necessity of this liquor license would augment entertainment options for an existing North Highlands business in a manner agreeable to the Sheriff's Department. With that, I can conclude my presentation. The applicant is present and has prepared some speaking notes as well for the board.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Kimber before we hear from the applicant? I do have one question.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you can answer it or perhaps the applicant can. You mentioned server training. Mm-hmm. Does that presumably include how to identify over-intoxication so that a decision can be made to stop serving an individual that is impaired?
I assume that is part of the training, but I will let the applicant speak to that as well.
I'm seeing my colleague to my left who owns a restaurant nodding.
Yeah.
So,
yes.
Yeah. All right, very good. We'll hear from the applicant then.
Good afternoon, Councilman. To answer your question, the alcohol beverage control, they do require us to do the responsible beverage mandatory training, and it does cover that, as well as identifying false IDs as well. And it does go more into detail. I just don't have that paper on me.
Okay, very good.
But I have a little speech. Good afternoon, council members. My name is John Tamayo.
We're supervisors, by the way.
Sorry. Yeah, supervisors. I apologize. I represent the local pool hall in Biller at Tapatio. I'm here today to ask for your support on a Type 48 license, which allows us to serve beer on a premise, only beer in the local Biller establishment. The establishment is 1,250 square foot by 25 square foot. Right now, we're the only pool hall located in North Highlands. And if you want an experience like this, you have to drive 20 minutes time to Carmichael or 30 minutes south in order to experience it. I understand there are some concerns from the community about the alcohol sales, and I know that the crime rate is a bit high. But I want to clarify, this is not a liquor store. And we, as mentioned before, we are not going to allow off-site sales or outside consumption. We have worked closely with Sheriff Jim Cooper and fully agreed to the set of conditions to ensure safety and compliance, and we are committed to upholding them. Again, this is a family-owned business, and the establishment is small, and we only have full pool tables. And it is relatively small, and at minimum, at least 15 to 16 people would be allowed in. So we can ensure the limited traffic and ensure we can maintain a controlled safety and welcome environment. I've lived in North Highlands for half my life, and I love this community, and I want to contribute to the economic growth, not just by creating a new space for recreation, but keeping business and revenue right here in our neighborhood. Thank you for your time and conversation.
Very good. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Well, first I want to congratulate you on a business. It's tough being a business owner in California, and I will be supporting this project because I think that just reading the documentation, you made some modifications with the sheriff's department and with the hours and requesting just the license. What was it? 40 beer only.
Yes.
And so I will be supporting it, and I do wish you the best in your business.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, do we have others signed up to speak on this matter?
Not on this item.
All right, very good. You can go ahead and take a seat.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. I'd entertain a motion at this
All
point.
right, I will go ahead and move recommended action for this item.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right, very good.
Okay, for item 43, this is for the grocery outlet. This is a letter of public convenience and necessity for the sale of alcohol with a Type 21 beer, wine, and spirits ABC license at a proposed grocery outlet store located at 1309 Fulton Avenue in the Arden Arcade community.
You're back.
I'm back. Last item. All right, so this is for grocery outlet PCN request. Kimber Gutierrez, Senior Planner for Planning and Environmental Review. The project site is located at 1309 Fulton Avenue in the Arden Arcade community. It is at the southeast corner of Fulton Avenue and Hurley Way. The project site is a 53,579 square foot standalone retail building, which was constructed in 2005. The project site is zoned light commercial and is within Sheriff's District 4, North Central County, subarea Howe-Arden. And per the Sheriff's Department, the Howe-Arden subarea does have an average crime rate exceeding the overall District 4 average by greater than 20%. So a finding of public convenience or necessity is required due to the project site being in a high crime area. And also the project is within the West Arden Arcade environmental justice community. The vacant retail store is proposed as a future grocery outlet, which is a discount full-service grocery store. The former Rite Aid had a Type 21 alcohol license, which was surrendered to ABC following the company's closure, or company's bankruptcy and the store's closure. The subject property is within Census Tract 5506 and has a baseline authorization of 4 off-sale licenses. Currently, 2 of the allotments are assigned, leaving 2 off-sale licenses still available, and the area is considered under-concentrated in respects to alcohol license. Here is the floor plan for the proposed grocery outlet. Just want to note that the display of alcohol would be about 5% of the store's total floor area. And that is in the shaded area where the arrow is pointing. Here is the 1 mile radius map. The nearby land uses are mostly commercial businesses oriented north and south along Fulton Avenue and to the east along Hurley Way. To the west is an apartment complex, and the nearest school is about 1,050 feet to the west. Along the commercial corridors of Fulton and Hurley, there are several commercial businesses that sell alcohol. And just want to note that the red lines are the different census tracts, so most of those businesses are in different census tracts than the proposed site. The request was presented to the Art and Arcade CPAC. The members asked several questions. However, we're generally in support of a new full-service grocery store in the area. The CPAC members voted to recommend approval of the request to the board, and we have not received any public comments to date for this PCN request. So just to recap, the area is under-concentrated, so they do not have all of the assigned licenses filled. However, the area is in a high-crime neighborhood, which triggers the letter of public convenience or necessity. The applicant has agreed to the sheriff's recommended conditions, which include limitation on hours of alcohol sales, no sales of singles, beer, or wine coolers, wine being 750 milliliters or larger, and no loitering signs and enforcement on the building. Therefore, staff recommends approval of this PCN request. The sale of alcohol can be accomplished in a manner that sufficiently addresses or eliminates objections received and negative impacts identified in the review conducted pursuant to Sacramento County Code Chapter 4. The applicants have demonstrated that the public convenience or necessity of this liquor license outweighs the objections and negative impacts identified. And then also the alcohol sales would be approximately 5% of the total gross area of the grocery store, which will make it an ancillary feature of the supermarket rather than a convenience store or liquor store. And that will conclude my presentation. I'm not sure if the applicant is here in attendance.
Great.
And is available as well.
Thank you, Kimber. You don't often make mistakes, but I think you made one just in referencing the supervisorial district. It's District 3, I believe. You said District 4.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay, my apologies. Yes, I do have it on the report as Desmond's district.
All right, very good. And with that, Supervisor Desmond.
Well, thank you, Kimber. I was getting nervous about that. Well, I know the applicant's here, okay. And I appreciate the presentation. Would you mind coming to the podium?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Joe Tanner. I'm the Entitlement and Permit Manager for Grocery Outlet.
Oh, okay.
Pleasure to be here.
And thank you for being here. Are grocery outlets, are they independently owned?
They're not independently owned, so a business model is set up a little bit different than a franchise model. So the corporate office handles the lease, the improvements, the entitlements, permits, everything to get the store up and running. And then once we're a couple months out from the store opening, then an independent operator is selected, and they run the store. They determine the hours, they hire the employees, et cetera. And then there's a profit split at the end of the day. So it's a partnership between the owner and the corporate.
Okay, I just want to confirm that because that means, I mean, there is consistency among grocery outlets and how they operate. And
yes, I believe we have corporate owns 2 or 3 stores at the moment total in California, but everything else is independent operator.
Okay, what will the hours be of the store?
Typically, there are about 8 to 10. I've seen most, but again, that's an operator decision. So sometimes, depending on the market, they may be open till they want to be open up at 7, or may try to open up till 11. But typically, most are 8 to 10.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. I'm supportive of it. I mean, I think this is Kimber mentioned, this is different from just a convenience store, liquor store, something with a full array of groceries, fresh food options in the community, which is really needed. And Grocery Outlet has really established themselves as being a good community partner.
We try.
If there's no public comment, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to move approval of the item.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor.
Board, before you proceed with the vote, I do want to make one minor clarification, but it's important. Sorry, Todd Smith, Planning Director. We did receive a couple of public comments on this, not today, but earlier in the process. I mentioned them during my briefing with you all yesterday. There were two comments that came in, not necessarily in opposition to the proposal, but they were citing a number of kind of community quality of life concerns related to homelessness, vagrancy, that type of thing, substance abuse. Obviously, much larger issues to be untangled there and addressed, but I did want to make sure that you were aware of that. Those were also available when this PCN request went to the CPAC, and the CPAC still voted in favor, so I think that says something as well.
Great, thank you. Madam Clerk, no other members of the public signed up to speak?
No, not for this item.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
For item 44, you are acting as the Welcome Home Board of Directors. Receive and file the fiscal year 24-25 quarter 3 Sacramento Welcome Home presentation report and approve the Sacramento Welcome Home Policy Engagement Social Worker Standards.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Chair Cerna and the board. Melissa Lloyd, Deputy Director of Child Protective Services in the Department of Child, Family, Adult Services. I come to you today to present the third quarter of fiscal year 2024-25 Welcome Home Board of Directors information, which are our temporary shelter care facilities operated by the Department of Child, Family, and Adult Services. On behalf of our department, I would like to thank you for your continued support to the efforts that we are making to serve our most vulnerable youth in our community. And I also want to take a moment and thank our staff who work tirelessly at serving our youth, as well as acknowledge our internal and community partners that are helping us move through this work. Today, I will be going over the operating budget and fiscal information, an update on our staff training and safety policies, one of which you will be approving today if you so choose, and our quarterly data, and give you an update on our placement capacity expansion efforts. To start with, our operating budget and fiscal information. This is a snapshot of fiscal year 24-25 for 3 welcome homes that we were operating. I am happy to share with you that we have now gone down as of the beginning of April to 2 welcome homes that we are operating. This slide shows the budget quarter 1, 2, and 3 actuals, as well as the remaining budget for the fiscal year. Staffing continues to be the largest budget category, with contracted services being the next largest category. We continue our security services contract with the Sheriff's Department. Other things in this category are training, recreational activities for the youth, and mentorship programming. And finally, our operating expenses and overhead make up the rest of the budget, and that includes facility costs, supplies to feed and care for the youth, indirect costs needed to operate, and other minor miscellaneous expenses. A reminder that not all of the expenses are reflected, as there are sometimes delays in receiving invoices timely. Next, I'll move on to an update with regarding staff training and safety in quarter 3. And just a quick reminder for all that quarter 3 is the January through March timeframe, since we're on the fiscal year calendar. During this quarter, the therapeutic crisis intervention training continued, and mainly in this quarter, we had the makeups for the TCI Part 1, and then we also moved into Phase 2, which is the physical intervention training with manual restraints. We also started using a new online application program that really helps us streamline the process for automated tracking for all of the information that we need to track for community care licensing. We provided an education supports overview, and we continued our Live Safe training, which employs those safety strategies for staff. That is a de-escalation training, not a restraint training. Additionally, we have upcoming trainings for staff that I wanted to share some information about. We have a training that is titled Discipline Training. The title of that comes directly from the community care licensing regulations, but it's important for you to know the definition of that is really around positive interventions and supports. This is around incentivizing positive behavior, reinforcing desired behaviors, and employing natural and logical consequences. We also continue to do makeup trainings on the runaway plan training, creating a trauma-informed culture, and also training on prudent parent information and searches. We have one policy for the Q3 timeframe, and that's the engagement social worker standards. I will share that as we come forward for the Q4, we will have several more policies that we will present to you for approval. There's been a lot of work being done on the policies and procedures, but within that certain time frame, we just had the one. We've already finalized a few, and we have some more that are very close to finalization. I'll move into the demographic data. For this quarter, between January 1 and March 31, there were 57 unduplicated youth that were served at the 3 welcome homes. To give a comparison, in Q2, there were 85, and in Q1, there were 64. We continue to see the majority of the kids in the welcome homes being female. In Q3, approximately 3/4 of the youth served were female, whereas 1/4 were male. 72% of the children and youth at the welcome homes were children of color, Black, Hispanic, Native American. And to give a comparison to that, in Q2, 61% were children of color. About 25% of our youth were served by probation on an informal status. In Q2, that was 16%. And then in Q3, the average age of the youth at the homes was 14. In Q2, it was 13. The average daily census for youth across all the welcome homes was 9, and the average length of stay was 15 days. In Q2, the average daily census was 11, and the average length of stay was 6 days.
Excuse me, Melissa.
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez has a question or comment.
Yes. Good afternoon, Melissa. Hi. Quick question about the 3/4 female, 1/4 male. Are there any preventative measures that can be taken to reduce that, or can you give us some insight into what is creating a higher female versus male population for this group?
Absolutely. There, across the state of California, and quite frankly, across the nation, placement for teen girls is just generally harder to find. A lot of congregate settings have challenges with having groups of teenage girls together. A lot of our local partners, as well as partners across the state of California, typically lean toward taking boys, and that's a trend that has been seen over decades of time. As far as any prevention around that, yes, absolutely. I'm going to talk in a little bit further in the presentation about our capacity expansion efforts. And then we also are exploring within the department some supports and additional supports and services for youth who are suffering being sexually exploited. And there's a lot of work collectively in the community, specifically with other county departments that we're doing to address this issue to help stabilize.
So is there a trend right now in the higher female for this group and potentially human trafficking? Is that?
What we often see at our welcome homes is that we do see overall the youth at the welcome homes do present with a higher acuity of need. There are youth that are being currently trafficked, sexually exploited, and there's also the phenomenon within sexual exploitation is the grooming. And so there is a correlation of sorts because oftentimes youth that are being exploited, not all of our female youth in the welcome homes, whether they're the Sacramento welcome homes or the contracted ones, they're not all being actively exploited. But what typically happens with youth that are being exploited is they have more challenges with staying stable in placement. They have overall just significantly more needs, whether those be substance use issues or mental health needs. One of the preventative efforts with the welcome homes that we have taken directly is that one of our providers currently that just started in April 1st, we had a new contract provider come on April 1st, and the home that they are running is specifically for girls. And so far, they are doing a really great job with helping stabilize the girls. So there's a lot of work that our team does with their team, as well as with our behavioral health partners, to really work from a harm reduction lens.
What is the capacity of beds for this location?
For the
one you just mentioned?
Every 6.
6.
Yeah.
Which is really, it's such a small number, but it gets 6 young ladies off the street. But it definitely is. So, well, I guess I have some other questions, but maybe I'll ask those another time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Melissa?
Yes.
Since we're on this slide here, just the glaring, larger of the two pie charts there, the glaring disproportionality of African-American youth. I suspect that we should consider the 54% that's shown there compared to the general population of that age cohort, which I'm guessing is probably, 11 to 14%, something like that, in the county. Is this something that is a trend or a characteristic elsewhere besides Sacramento County, where you have a disproportional number of African American youth that are in these programs?
Yeah, so across the state of California, you will see in different counties issues of disproportionality. In some counties, that could be African American youth. In other counties, it may be Latino youth or Native American. But disproportionality is something that is present and is actively being addressed, I will say, across the state of California, because folks have been looking at this data, and they've been looking at what this is saying in regard to the community and the types of services that are offered. Specifically in Sacramento County, we have been tackling disproportionality of African American youth, and there has been a lot of progress made in regard to reducing that number of youth who reflect as the disproportionate number. But we continue, you just can't take your finger off the pulse. You have to keep working at it. So we've employed things such as, and I think the board is very aware, our cultural broker program. We have different services and supports that come in to the homes specifically from the African American community to help our youth. There's a lot of upfront prevention work that we are doing specific to helping to keep kids home, stabilize families, to prevent kids from coming in. So all of those kind of collective efforts here in Sacramento County have definitely moved the dial on what our data reflects today. But it is something that across the state, counties look at in terms of where are there disproportionate numbers.
You know, I'm glad to hear that we're moving the dial, but obviously the stats in front of us here tell us the story that there's a hell of a lot of work to do, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right, which is why we have to continue to keep focus.
Yeah.
Last thing on this slide that I wanted to comment on was, although for this quarter the daily census has been lower than past quarters, the length of stay has been longer, and that really speaks to the difficulty in locating placements for youth with higher needs. And during the quarter two Welcome Home presentation, there was a request for comparison of our data overall for demographic purposes. And so on this slide, what you'll see is a point in time data comparison between our contracted providers for race and ethnicity. I do also want to say, with all of the slides that are depicting the comparison data, it's not necessarily apples to apples because the population served is much lower. A lot of our contracted providers, all in fact, are still working up to being able to take full capacity of which they're licensed for. So for this, you'll see that Progress Ranch and the Children's Receiving Home, which were the two licensed providers during quarter three, have considerably smaller populations. Moving on with the demographic comparison, this is specific to gender, and this is a point-in-time data for our contracted providers and our Sacramento Welcome Homes. The Children's Receiving Home is utilized for boys, and that's why you will see that there were no girls served there during this quarter. That is also, I will just note, that's working out fairly well. They're still working up to full capacity, but being able to have a provider that takes boys, and if needed, they will take sibling sets. They're just not fully up to capacity yet. This slide depicts the discharge location, which was also a request by this board from the last quarter. And this, per the request, does show the comparison by quarters. The highest discharge location in the third quarter of our Sacramento Welcome Homes was to other contracted providers. To give a bit of context to that, when a law enforcement removal occurs and in a circumstance where we are not able to get the kids directly with family or directly into an emergency foster home, so typically the removals that occur late night, overnight, those kids will go to one of our welcome homes and then they can be discharged over to one of our contracted providers. The next highest discharges is the unauthorized absences. And then from there, foster family resource homes.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Melissa, I have a question. So we recently closed a home, correct?
Correct.
What were the reasons that we would close the home if there are needs that are occurring in our county?
So we reduced down to 2 homes from 3 for the Sacramento run, the ones that our department runs, because we've been working on and have successfully had success in creating contracts with community providers. So the goal overall is to reduce the Sacramento Welcome Homes and have this service done by contracted providers. So in quarter 2, we had 2 providers, which is Progress Ranch and the Children's Receiving Home. Foster Hope came open right at the beginning of April, and that's the home that takes the girls, the females. And so having that home open up has helped for us to reduce down to 2 homes. So we have, I think a good way to describe it, Supervisor Rodriguez, is that there is need, but having our contracted providers have availability, be licensed, up and running, none of our kids are left without a shelter option.
And can you help me understand one that is county operated and one that is contracted operated? What are the pros and cons to the county?
Overall, I will just say that Child Protective Services, a county department, which every county has them, that has your social services of Child Protective Services, adult, senior and adult services, the way that we are have our Department of Child, Family, Adult Services. They're not set up. There was never the intention for counties to do direct care of children and youth. So we utilize our contracted providers, whether those are foster family agencies or short-term therapeutic residential settings. But because of the circumstances from not having enough places for kids to go to be placed in, we had to create our welcome homes, stand that up, and then work very diligently to work with partners to have them stand up and get licensed, the other shelters. The other factor is cost. It's about $6 million annually for to run a Sacramento welcome home, whereas with the contracted homes, it's about half the cost. It's between $3 and $4 million. And the advantage with a contracted home is that they can contract, and our behavioral health partners have been extraordinary in the work that they've done helping with this. Our contract providers can get mental health contracts, and then they can pull revenue down from Medi-Cal. So that's the other.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, moving on from the discharge, I will go into the incident report data for this quarter. This slide shows the incidents, and these are all reported. We are required to report these to community care licensing with the California Department of Social Services. We had a total of 232 incidents. 202 of those incidents included unauthorized absences. And out of those incidences, some of them are multi-layered because you can have one circumstance that involves several incidences. But 208 of those incidences included law enforcement. But as a reminder to the board, the department is required per licensing, as are our contracted providers, to file missing persons reports. And those missing persons reports are noted as law enforcement involvement.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
So Melissa, when law enforcement is involved and the child basically becomes a runaway, is that correct?
Well, with an unauthorized absence can be anywhere from 5 minutes to over a day. So we are required to file a missing persons report.
Mm-hmm. And if the child is picked up somewhere else, what happens to him or her?
We are contacted because when we file a missing persons report, there is it's called an AWOL warrant. So if a youth is found out in the community, law enforcement will run their information and they will see that they are connected with the department, and then they contact us. They'll contact our hotline. Sometimes the youth themselves will give them the social worker's name and number directly, but we're contacted and we make arrangements with law enforcement. And that's whether or not kids are at a welcome home or in any other type of placement setting.
Mm-hmm. What happens if a child doesn't want to go back to the home? What happens at that point?
If they were previously at a welcome home?
Yes.
So what we do is we work, our social workers will engage with them, they'll talk with them. The reality is that for a fair number of youth that go on an unauthorized absence, because of having cell phones, because of having more immediate, quick access, there's some youth that will stay in touch with their social workers, and they may say, over text, or typically text, they don't really call anymore. I don't want to go back there. I want to go to a different placement. I want to go here. And so our social workers will work with the youth when they have that communication with them. If it's as well as any of the service providers that are working with that youth at the time, we can have a wraparound team working with the youth who then decides to go on an unauthorized absence. We essentially have, for every youth that's in care, we have what's called a child and family team. And that child and family team is comprised of the social worker, the parent or parents, and all the service providers, which often will include the clinicians and different folks. It could include a CASA worker, any mentors that are working with the youth. And so essentially, for kids who tend to go on an unauthorized absence routinely, there's typically a plan of harm reduction that the team is working on. That also includes the child's attorney. We keep our county council involved with what those plans of harm reduction are. And so specifically for your question it's case by case. We definitely take into account where a youth wants to go. We are completely transparent with them if there are any barriers. And then we also leverage their desire to go somewhere with sharing with them that there's cooperation needed overall. Oftentimes we have placements for kids, and they may not want to go to that placement, that specific placement, but we work with them just to kind of just work in conjunction with them and team directly with them, their parents, and then whoever they would like to be involved in that child and family team, we respect that. So if they say, hey, I know my mom may not show up all the time, but I have an uncle and I want him to be part of it, or the social worker recognizes there's a relative, maybe if the relative is local, maybe not local, we have them join those discussions. Everything about the work that we do with kids, again, with higher acuity of need, the kids that go AWOL, is really from a harm reduction lens.
Got it. One more question. Are they considered homeless?
When they go?
When they're not?
Yes, I think by definition they would be,
okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome. So the other 6, to go back to the incidences, the other 6 incidents that involved law enforcement were medical emergencies or hospitalizations, contraband, verbal altercations, and property damage. Some of the contraband was vape pens, alcohol, knife, marijuana, and all of those items were confiscated, or the youth hand them over, because the youth typically know when they come back into a welcome home, they have to provide that, whatever that contraband is. And then the other category on the slide includes incidents like vandalized youth items. Sometimes there'll be an incident because maybe a kid breaks the property of another youth, and we have to do an incident report on that. And then we did have one injury to staff this quarter, and we had a few medical emergencies due to substance use that resulted in the youth being in the hospital. The Q3 incident reports with comparison with our partners. We do have this slide to provide to the board, the comparison, but just a reminder that the populations are vastly different. This next slide shows the reporting data for community care licensing. A couple of highlights from this is that our citations did decrease. However, our complaint investigations increased. We did find that some of the complaint investigations that community care licensing addressed during quarter 3 were actually for the previous quarter. We also had a higher number of overstays. The length of stay at a licensed welcome home is 10 days. And although the number of youth was lower, the youth we have at the welcome homes have been those youth with high acuity and who it's very difficult to find the placements or have them go to placement. Sometimes they are not willing to go. And moving toward the end here, I just wanted to give an overview of our placement capacity expansion efforts. Overall, we are, and this is the work that we've been doing hand in hand with our behavioral health partners. We have the emergency enhanced intensive services foster care homes. We have the enhanced intensive services foster care homes. The emergency, one thing to note is that originally those were 30-day stays and they went up to 60, which really is in the youth's best interest to have a little bit more stabilization time. And then we have the additional contracted welcome homes that I talked about. And then on this next slide, it shows a breakdown. We also have STRTPs. We have 6 dedicated beds that we have a contract for. And overall, these are all contracts that we're working with local foster family agency providers and STRTP providers. And so currently in the works with different providers, we have a few partners that have come from out of Sacramento County to come and work with Sacramento County. What's in progress right now is an STRTP of 2 and 2 STRTPs of 4, which will help with these efforts. We have youth who want to stay local in Sacramento County. This investment has been with very good intent to try and help expand this local capacity to help our youth stay local. It helps them stay connected with family, and it helps them stay with the people they know and in their schools. A couple of things to note in closing that I wanted to share was we continue to reduce the number of kids in foster care from January 1 of 24 to January 1 of 25. We reduced the number of kids in foster care by 26%, which reflects 301 kids. And I'm very happy to share that our relative placement at this point is at 40%.
Great.
That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any additional questions.
Supervisor Rodriguez.
Melissa, I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you and your team do for these kids. You know, I worry about this population because of when we look at preventative measures to homelessness, these are the kids that are so much at risk. And especially I think it's concerning to me that 3/4 of these are females, because females that enter into homelessness, the rate of battery and rape is extremely high, and so it just concerns me and my heart breaks that we have a high population of homelessness. But I do have a question related to a need. So we know that now there's a need for young females in this arena. Do we give information out to the nonprofits that have the ability to work around creating housing for these for this population? Is that how the information gets out to nonprofits that we have a need of young girls? These are not even young; they're underage, correct?
Correct. They're minors. Mm-hmm. We do a lot of work with different partners around the needs for housing. We're very vocal about what is needed. We share data, and that's not only our county. I work with a lot of my colleagues in other counties, because a lot of times kids in California are placed in various counties throughout California. And so this is a topic that we routinely talk about I believe it was in quarter 2, that we spoke about the THP minor program that we've been trying to get some movement on. The challenges come down to really working with our state partners to help them understand the different challenges with funding. There are very few and far between programs that are open to taking youth in general. That has diminished quite a bit over the last 10 years in terms of congregate settings, but we are having discussions and we're trying to be very creative around what we do. We're routinely talking county to county about what we're doing, how we might combine resources to create opportunities, but some of it comes down to the funding. We really want to see an increase in a THP minor program, but the funding that exists is such that it would come from all county dollars versus foster care funding for placement. So there's a lot, and I've engaged a lot with our state partners, and they're very open to hearing what challenges we currently have. Specifically, the work that we've done in Sacramento County, there are different leaders at the state that myself, I know our director Shelby has talked to, because they're really starting to see what we're doing in Sacramento County and where we have come through these last few years. And I think that it's helping them understand more about what is really needed to have the funding to address the types of placements that are needed. And then concurrent to all of that, there's a tremendous amount of work being done to help families stay together and bring services to them so that we are not moving to family separation. Mm-hmm. And that really is reflected in the data with the reduction of kids in care.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
So thank you, Melissa, for the presentation. You answered a number of questions that I had previous from, I think, a past presentation. I think you did a fine job of kind of getting in the weeds that we wanted you to get into here, so we can understand this as best we can. Well, I think you mentioned 40%. We're at 40% now, family placement. What's our objective? I mean, do we have a mark? Do we have a mark in mind? Do we have a percentage in mind? I know that this kind of began as being having one of the lowest rates in the state. And I believe we were looking at LA County and what they were doing at the time to see how they kind of turned their predicament around. So where should it be? If it's 40% now, where should it be? 50%, 60%, 70%?
I would say in a perfect world, it would be 100%.
Right. But
I think it's important to understand that placement being at 40%, I can say with full transparency, I think probably 95% of our kids have relative connection. And so what we work on is bringing those relative connections to then produce into placements whenever possible. We would like, we've talked about internally at the department putting a number on something. We've really worked with our staff with all of the different focus that we've had and the support and really looking at caseloads and what's needed to help support getting to higher numbers. It's really just keeping that number going up. I would be elated if we were at 75%, 80%. There are just some kids where it's not, the opportunity is not there, but what we keep doing through training and use of technology and learning from other counties, learning from other states is really what can we do to, again, reduce harm, bring families in to be connected. If they can't go with family right away, how do we work on a plan to eventually get them there so that that family connection is there?
When you say that there's, a guesstimate of 95% of the kids have some family connection opportunity, what do we know about that, though? Is that because not every family connection necessarily is going to be a safe one or a productive one? And so I assume that there is some type of screening protocol so that you don't make an already bad situation worse.
There absolutely is. We do have protocols for that. And what we know in the work that we do with child welfare is that there's a difference between there being a safety issue if you're going to place a child in the care of a relative versus having them stay connected. There are relatives that we work with who may never pass a background check, even with the different waivers that were allowed. But they may call that youth in times of trouble, or the youth may call them, and they demonstrate the ability to engage with their niece or their nephew or their grandson or granddaughter to be able to help encourage them, help them remain in placement if they're thinking about leaving placement. We also know that when kids leave foster placement, whether they go back with a parent or they age out of the system, most often what we have learned with engaging with just in the community and then agencies who really focus on working with people with lived experience is that most kids go back to some type of family member. They may not go back to live with them, but they'll go back and continue a connection with them. So we really feel like we have such a great opportunity to help bridge some challenges within families because sometimes you may hear something about a relative and you might think, oh, there's no way this is going to work out. But as we continue to engage with relatives with, of course, always looking at, can this be a viable, safe placement, but engage with them in a way where we're bringing them into that team that I was describing earlier. We're bringing them in and we're showing them that they're valued and we want to hear, because those relatives can also give a tremendous amount of information to us that help us make better decisions for the entire family. And they can also help uncover other relatives, or because again, in the state of California, the definition of relative includes people who are not blood related, but that have a familial relationship. They can help uncover and kind of bring that trust from family who may not have wanted to come to the department's attention, because we're a system that some people may have not had a great experience with.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Desmond.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, and I know you want to have the last word here. I apologize. I want to thank you also, Melissa, certainly for all of your work, continued engagement with all our offices, and certainly members of the community as well. You've continue to make yourself available to deal with any issues, and certainly most importantly, your work on the child welfare in the child welfare area. A conversation I had with Siobhan actually recently, I was approached by CSAC leadership. They want to come to Sacramento to maybe tour some of our social services programs or better understand some of our programs. And we talked a lot about really highlighting some of the great work we've done on homelessness, both in terms of our housing continuum efforts and our behavioral health continuum efforts. Also highlight our challenges, but in the child welfare space as well. I mean, I think having a discussion with them, and a really frank discussion about our challenges here in Sacramento, but that will always help inform, I think, some of the advocacy efforts at CSAC. So I think this should be part of that as we move forward with that effort by CSAC leadership. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Melissa. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak on this matter?
Thank you.
No, not for item 44, but for item 45, we do.
Okay. All right. So we have both. That was both the receive and file, and we do need to entertain a motion on the resolution. Chair will move. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
All right.
Okay. Now, for item 45, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors. Approve the formation of the Sacramento County Behavioral Health Commission and associated bylaws, and the dissolution of the Sacramento County Mental Health Board and Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board in compliance with the Behavioral Health Services Act.
First of all, I got to say, shame on us. We're not wearing the green. We usually don't miss that cue each year, but. It's good to see that staff is at least listening here.
In all fairness, Supervisor, I think everybody wore it last week.
Okay, all right.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Board members, Ryan Quist, Behavioral Health Director for Sacramento County. Today, coming before you to talk about our Behavioral Health Commission work. Historically, our advisory boards have been comprised of our Mental Health Board, which was actually mandated by law, going back at least until 2004 and a part of welfare and institution codes. And then our other advisory board has been our Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, which was not a mandated advisory board, but one that has been very valued and providing lots of great advice to our Board of Supervisors over the years. As a part of Proposition 1 that passed, as a part of the voter initiative, it did put into place a requirement that we have an advisory board that includes advising on both mental health and substance use prevention and treatment topics. And so about a year ago, we began the work of bringing together the two advisory boards to have a conversation around what this should look like for Sacramento County. We brought in a facilitator who got us kicked off in that initiative. Ultimately, what came out of that were that separate recommendations were approved by the Mental Health Board and by the Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, which are included in the materials that were provided to you. They are in many ways very similar, and they also vary from one another in some ways. Based on the recommendations that came from the two boards, we worked together with County Council to make sure that we're meeting all the requirements that are already required in the Welfare and Institution Code, and put together the recommendations that are before you today. And at the end of this presentation, we're hoping to move forward with your blessing in terms of forming the Behavioral Health Commission, dissolving the Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, and then approving our initial commission bylaws. So there were a few decision points in walking through this, and so I'm sort of created the slides around those different decision points. First decision point to consider is what should the membership look like. Welfare and Institution Code specifically defined the membership as being 10 to 15 members. With 50% being consumers or family members of consumers of behavioral health services. It didn't limit us from going above that, but it's basically recommending that we would have at least 10 members. And so based on the different feedback that we received from the Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, we brought forward a proposal that would recommend a total of 21 member seats comprised of one Board of Supervisor member who is an ex officio member, 5 consumers, 1 from each board district, 5 family members of consumers, 1 from each district, and then 10 public interest representatives, 2 from each district. One of the places where the two different proposals did have some differences was Alcohol Drug Advisory Board did recommend some ex officio member seats that were comprised of representatives from some of our sister agencies within the county. And so basically the way that we are trying to resolve that is looking at the Welfare and Institution Code. There was really only one ex officio member that was defined in the code, and that was for the board member. But then the code also specifically indicates that, that there should be involvement, including recruitment of representatives to be present and participate in discussions at the commission meetings, including individuals with lived experience, with mental illness, substance use disorder, or both, their families, advocacy organizations, behavioral health professionals, professionals that do not interact with individuals, any professionals that interact with individuals with mental illness or substance use disorders on a daily basis, education, emergency services, social services, older adults, transportation, veterans, and so forth. So basically the Welfare and Institution Code does encourage that, that these different perspectives and voices are included. And so rather than requiring permanent ex officio committee seats, our recommendation that we put together welcomes the commission to be active in following the portion of the law that encourages the involvement of diverse community member involvement at all stages of the various various board meetings and committee meetings. So that's sort of how we tried to resolve that without getting too large of a required membership defined within the actual bylaws.
Dr. Quist, before you continue, I'll show my cards a little early here. Okay. I think 21 members for anything is a lot. Mm-hmm. So with regard to the suggestion that there be 10 public interest representatives, 2 from each district, what's the rationale for 2 from each district? Why not 1 from each district, and for a total of 16 versus 21?
Part of the consideration was the idea that we do have 2 existing boards, Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board, with whom there are members we greatly value and appreciate all their investment to this process over the time, and wanting to give room for there to be sufficient representation from both of our existing boards. Mm-hmm. That was part of the thought process.
Okay. Was there discussion when there was focused discussion on kind of the reconstituted or the combined advisory body about just kind of the management, meeting management as it relates to the size of the total advisory body? I mean, the more people you have, sometimes the more challenging it can be. Yes. And not only just running and getting through the meetings, it could also be challenging for us to find members, as you know from every board meeting when you hear us go through nominations, and we continue to have the same vacancies. So I just want to understand if there's a good reason behind the number, then I guess I'm fine with it. But if it's really if the number reflects really an effort to kind of not exclude folks, then maybe there's some opportunity to have a discussion up here about whether that's the right thing to do. But was there any kind of conversation at some point about just kind of meeting management and in the complexities of having a larger body versus a smaller one?
This was something we did contemplate regarding both meeting management as well as enough space for people to feel like they're able to contribute to the conversation. And that was something that we did definitely consider. I think ultimately the concern was feeling like that there were going to be people, not enough seats coming from both of the existing boards to be able to honor their ongoing voices and contributions to the topic.
Was there also discussion about making sure that that there's an awareness about quorum establishment?
Yes.
Okay. Supervisor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Chair Serna that 21 is a large group. And it will become a very long meeting, which is fine because I think this is a very important topic. But if there were any changes, having 5 family members, 1 from each district, and 5 public interest representatives, 1 from each district, that would be a reduction of 5, bringing it to a 16, which is, I think, a workable number. But that's just my 2 cents. And also, I just want to, while I have the mic, is that I've been on this commission, and as we make a decision, I'd love to remain on this commission going forward. That's it.
Noted. Thank you.
Thank you. There are also some other required membership. There are also some other membership requirements. We're also supposed to have a representative of a veteran, a youth, and a representative from our local education. We did not add additional seats to the 21 in order to be specifically identified for those different specific perspectives. Instead, we are recommending that the 21 that we originally recommended would any of those 21 would be able to be counted towards one of these. So, for example, right now I believe we have a veteran that is sitting in one of our family member seats. I hope that's accurate. And so that, for example, would be both meeting the requirement for the family member seat as well as for representing the veteran perspective. So that's membership. I'll keep going. I imagine you'll want to have conversation around where you want to land on that topic. In terms of terms of service, the Welfare and Institution Code does require that members serve 3-year terms, and we're proposing that we would stagger 1/3 of each appointments to expire each year, so they don't all expire at the same time. For inaugural members, we're going to have to identify individuals who will be 1-, 2-, and 3-year terms so that once again we establish the staggering requirements over time.
That's why you wanted 21, right? So nice even division.
And then finally, we are proposing that there would be a term limit of 2 consecutive full terms, with individuals being eligible for reappointment after a 1-year break. The rationale for that being that it would promote diversity and give new individuals an opportunity to serve and be part of this amazing work. Our initial proposal for setting up our standing committees, basically, Welfare and Institution Code does not have specific requirements for any standing committees. It does say that the commission may include an executive committee, but it does not have any actual requirements for which committees we have to have. So the proposal we brought before you, we tried to be straightforward and include executive committee, an adult prevention and treatment committee, a Children's Prevention and Treatment Committee, and then finally a Crisis and Justice Involved Continuum Committee. And the Commission would have the ability to create ad hoc committees at any time that they wanted to in order to focus on specific topics. I'm going to pause here and recognize that I know that there was some general public comment that was submitted to the board prior to this meeting regarding the rationale for why the Crisis and Justice Involved Continuum Committee was proposed as a combined committee. I think the main rationale behind that is I think now it's been pretty common for us to be really talking about this as a broad continuum. As we know with the change in our sheriff's policy as it relates to working with those with mental health challenges, that did require us to have some in-depth conversations around how we're responding as a behavioral health system to crises. We're also seeing that these conversations are often coming up in multiple contexts. The idea behind having one committee that would have these conversations was to try to unsilo and be able to have those conversations across the full continuum all in one committee rather than setting up different silos for those different conversations.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy, did you? Okay. So I'm going to chime in here. So I know the public comment that you're referencing, Dr. Quist. I want to understand this a little bit better than what you just offered. So currently, what's the difference? Can you summarize the difference between how crisis is addressed currently from the 2 respective advisory bodies, especially relative to the fact that our sheriff has made it clear that there's an interest on behalf of his department to do things very differently in terms of how they would not respond to some crisis situations.
Absolutely. Currently, I believe both advisory boards have a justice committee, and I know Alcohol Drug Advisory Board does. I'm thinking I believe the Mental Health Board does as well. And in both sets of recommendations from both boards, I know that they both recommended a justice committee. In terms of crisis, there's not just a crisis continuum committee on either. On the mental health board side, though, we do have an advisory committee that's specific to our community wellness and response team. That is a very unique sort of advisory role because it's an advisory committee for one specific program. And so in this recommendation, we're proposing to expand it beyond a focus on one individual program to really be focusing on the full continuum of programs that are relevant to that particular topic.
So the proposal or the recommendation would involve the dissolution of the CWRT?
Yes, it would.
Okay, so I have received not just the one email that I think you're referencing that purports that be preserved or suggests it be preserved, but I've had some early morning electronic communication with someone who's very close to this and kind of underscored how beneficial the CWRT has been, and I just need to understand what the practical implications are if it's going to be dissolved and replaced with something, especially with the backdrop of, again, what the sheriff is seeking to do, and also as we intend to continue to presumably have a very robust 988 environment and protocol.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what I'm asking is, from hopefully the robust discussions that were had before this recommendation came to us, what was some of that back and forth in terms of the consideration of the benefit to changing it?
The CWRT Advisory Committee has been extremely valuable in helping us initiate the Community Wellness Response Team program and helping us get it up and off the ground, helping advise us in what that should look like. So I want to, first of all, thank them for all their contributions. And then the follow-up to that, though, is that we do have a broader crisis continuum. And so and also the CWRT was not, conversation was not always being limited to just the CWRT Advisory Committee. It was coming up across a number of different contexts. And then also CWRT program itself sits within a broader continuum of crisis programming. And so in terms of specifically responding to the change in policy from our sheriff, we're really having to look at our entire crisis continuum regarding all the different ways that we're doing that. We can see that in our supporting of the alternative destinations protocols that we're working on, having the treatment center and CSUs be as alternative destinations for drop-off of individuals. We can see that in terms of our urgent care program, crisis receiving for behavioral or CRIB program. These are all part of our crisis continuum and all, I think, part of the conversation. And so really wanting to have that broader conversation as well as being able to be flexible and responsive to any future changes or rising needs from community around the entire crisis continuum.
With the current system in place, the Community Wellness and Response Team, my understanding is that it does rely somewhat, or maybe substantially, on our partnership with WellSpace, correct?
Correct. Uh-huh.
So under this new model, how does WellSpace fit into that, or what changes for that partnership, I guess?
I hope that the partnership continues to grow and thrive as a part of the conversation across our entire continuum, because WellSpace not only runs our 988 call center, but also, for example, operates that crisis receiving behavioral health CRIB program, as well as contemplating other programs into the future that we might be partnering with WellSpace.
Have there been early discussions with Mr. Porteous about what that looks like?
We were texting this morning.
So was I.
Yeah.
So no, in all seriousness, I mean, it feels like we're kind of dancing on the head of a pin here. It seems very precarious just because there's so many things that seem to be changing in real time relative to how do we adequately and safely respond to crisis, right? I mean, from the standpoint, as it's been communicated from the sheriff's standpoint, is safety for their officers. I'm sorry, someone just...
I was just going to say, Tim Lutz, Director of Health Services, I maybe can respond a little bit to that question and hopefully provide a little bit of clarity. Because I think the important thing to remember, you have CWRT advisory and then you have our CWRT program. The partnership and work with WellSpace is very much embedded in the CWRT program, and that has to continue to evolve. Things like the MOU today, working with the sheriff, the 911 interoperability, all of those things will continue to be built up and enhanced. I think what Dr. Quist is noting and why we were looking at some of this change is in part of where you have CWRT advisory that's advising a single program that works within a much broader context of our response. That includes the CCIT, which is our ride-along program with law enforcement, other areas that work closely with this system. So sometimes I think there's some confusion even amongst our team members when CWRT advisory has recommendations versus the actual CWRT program. Right now, I don't know how often WellSpace is involved with the advisory committee itself.
Every meeting.
Okay, for reporting out on their statistics. We still want that form, and we would expect through this new committee that you're going to have that same level of communication and engagement.
Is there anything that would need or should be formalized to take the guesswork out of how we're not going to skip a beat?
We can bring back similar to like CWRT advisory developed a set of bylaws specifically for that group. I think if we take those and in a similar fashion basically build off that to make sure we're not skipping a beat, I completely agree.
Okay. I know Supervisor Kennedy's eager to chime in on this subject.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, both Tim, Dr. Quist, I appreciate your answers because you made my comments much shorter. I think you synthesized a very long conversation that was happening started a year ago or so, and synthesized it down to exactly where it's at. I actually, and I was going to wait till the end, but since it's here and we started asking questions on it, the Crisis and Justice Involves Continuum Committee, I think is a great idea because it doesn't treat the CWRT as something that's separate, something that's different, because it's not. Particularly with the advent and the up and running of 988. It more formalizes that the CWRT will be a part of it in conjunction with these other efforts, including 988. I've had meetings with the sheriff since they've come out with their policy with 988 WellSpace behavioral health staff on this subject. And I think this is a way to better integrate CWRT into the process and not just make it something else. I mean, if you even talk to, as you've probably seen, Chair, if you got the texts, the meetings I've had with WellSpace since 988's been up and running, very few calls need to actually go to CWRT. So it's really just a component. It's not a separate thing. I mean, like a small percentage, most can be handled by 988 over the phone. A very small percentage goes CWRT, and an even smaller percentage goes to law enforcement. So I think by creating this whole continuum committee, you're actually institutionalizing CWRT in a way that it never has been before, and it's not being treated like some kind of a stepchild that operates separately. That's my 2 cents on it.
No, and I certainly appreciate those insights. I think Supervisor Kennedy's been closer to this than any of us up here. My only concern is what I kind of just expressed, and I'm glad to hear the response that perhaps a follow-up way to formalize that continuing working partnership or relationship, understanding who's doing what, is probably a good complement to what we're being asked to do today. So I'm seeing a lot of heads nodding. That's good. All right.
Thank you. Okay, I think this is a little bit just reiterating again. We do recognize that our commission can and we encourage use of additional ad hoc committees to be able to focus on specific topics. And then the WIC code specifically talks about the importance of various perspectives and being involved throughout the entire stage of the committee planning process. And so we do hope that that's can be encouraged and supported by the commission. And then one other decision point that came out of some difference in perspectives from the two different proposals that came forward from Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board. On the Mental Health Board side, there is a tradition of disclosing one's seat regarding whether they're in a consumer seat, a family member seat, or a public interest seat. And that's there's some pride in sort of disclosing those different perspectives. Alcohol Drug Advisory Board was concerned around being a requirement for us for disclosing that sort of information, that it may make individuals who are participating feel uncomfortable. So we're trying to find a compromise between those two different perspectives in order to be transparent with community that we're in compliance with the Welfare and Institution Code. We do we are proposing that we would require individuals to self-identify which of the seats they qualify for as a part of the application process. We're not going to background check or verify what they're self-identifying, but they do need to self-identify. And then that would be part of transparency in terms of developing the roster of membership to include a description of which seat they hold. However, at the actual commission meetings, we're not going to require individuals to self-disclose which of the seats they represent, nor will we discourage people who do want to self-identify which of the seats that they hold. So basically, then it can become their own personal choice on whether or not they do that disclosure.
I appreciate the sensitivity of the issue. I mean, I can see someone that perhaps is a recovering alcoholic, for instance, for a wide variety of reasons, not wanting to have that be kind of the label that they're seen as at every one of these meetings. However, I could also understand someone that is very proud of their sobriety and doing exactly the opposite. The last part of what you just said, Dr. Quist, I think is going to be a bit of a challenge because if you kind of leave it to folks to self-disclose, I could also see that, especially if it's 21 people, perhaps adding to the discomfort because some are doing it and some aren't, and perhaps there might be some stigma that might creep into the way the body would function. So I would just urge some extra caution about how that gets treated.
Thank you. This was our best attempt at trying to find a compromise between the two.
I know it's a challenge.
Perspectives. And that basically restates what I just said. So basically, our plan from this point forward, with your support, would be first of all recognizing that some of this is putting work on your staff. So try to find the right amount of time to give you in order for it not to feel like too much work. So definitely open to any refinement of these timelines. But basically, we're proposing that the first commission meeting would be held in 90 days, so in September, within 90 days. So it would be in September. And that would give each district enough time to accept applications and then appoint initial members. And then the idea being that this would give a little bit of notice to the Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board that they don't have to dissolve today at this moment, but they have another 60 days that they can do their final meetings and celebrations in order to just really acknowledge and respect all of the different contributions that the two advisory boards have contributed to our county. And then basically encouraging our Mental Health Board and Alcohol Drug Advisory Board members to apply for appointment to the commission, subject to district recommendations and, of course, ultimately approval by the Board of Supervisors. And that's the conclusion of my presentation, and certainly open to any other questions that you all may have.
Thank you, Doctor. I do have a question. It just occurred to me. I presume the Welfare Institutions Code does not preclude the specific ex officio addition of any county staff that our board might want to see added.
So a good thing we had the email this morning with County Council in order for me to make sure that I knew the specific language around this. It does exclude individuals who are employed by behavioral health from being in there, but not other agencies.
Okay, so for instance, we could have our Director of Homeless Services as
that
next
would not be
office.
excluded by the Welfare and Institution Code.
Okay.
It does. I'm answering a question from another public interest member it does restrict membership for individuals who are employees of contractors of any of our service providers, though.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good. Questions for Dr. Quist? Okay. Thank you.
I don't have questions, Dr. Quist, but I just want to reiterate the importance of your job and the job of that and that of your team and what you do and the services you provide for our county, and how in times like this there just seems like there's a huge need in the mental health world, and you guys do a great job. So
Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks again. Madam Clerk, do we have members of the public sign up to speak?
We have 4 speakers. John Durbin.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna and board members. My name is John Durbin from WellSpace Health, Clinical Quality and Training Manager. I'm honored to be here in front of you today. A quick background. In 2003, I'm a person with lived experience, and I got sober on a bed that was through a county bed that was paid for by money allocated by this very board, so I'm eternally grateful for that. One of the first things I did when I got sober was to become a certified drug and alcohol counselor and help a lot of people in Sacramento County. The next thing I did in 2004 was to begin attending the Sacramento County Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, and basically I've been there ever since for over 20 years, and I've gotten to see people like Melinda Avey and Ryan Quist as the behavioral health director, and people like that do a lot of great work over the years. And while it causes my heart to skip a beat when I see the words dissolution of the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, because it's been so dear to my heart, it also, what I've gotten to see over the last 21 years is that the problems of mental health and substance use disorder and crisis services are all inextricably intertwined, both in terms of the challenges we face, but also in the terms of the solutions we can find together as well. And so the creation of this Behavioral Health Commission makes a lot of sense. And so at least as of what I was told yesterday by the people at WellSpace Health, I was authorized to let you know that we are in support of this. If you've received further information from that since yesterday, that would change that recommendation, but we are in support of that. So I want to thank you all for your service and for your attention to this matter and for my time today. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Keisha Harris.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Keisha Harris. I sit on the District 1 Family Member Representative seat on the Mental Health Board. I am in support of the formation of the Behavioral Health Commission. I was actually also a part of the ad hoc committee as well. There's a provision in the bylaws for non-disclosure. For me, it wasn't until I had an honest conversation with the Board of Supervisors from my district, District 1, that I was able to share a little bit about myself and what I was doing, which brought me to the Mental Health Board. But it wasn't until after that conversation that I realized I was in denial about the mental health of my adult child and that I had to deal with. And it was in that realization that I came and I approached the Mental Health Board differently. I was able to open up and share, and I needed to honestly acknowledge what I was dealing with as it pertains to my child as well as lived experience. It was then that I was able to show up differently at the Mental Health Board meetings, and I was asked to participate in the ad hoc committee, which I accepted. Sacramento has a campaign. It's called Stop Stigma. It's not what you think. If it's not what we think, then we have to share. But unless we share, then we're holding on to that stigma. I understand what the self-disclosure, it is sobriety, but it's also anxiety. It's also depression. Again, it's not what you think. And it's only until we're able to share that we're able to eliminate that stigma. And not disclosing would further that stigma. And I want to bring awareness to mental health while eliminating stigma. In closing, I ask that the body that reports to you, the Mental Health Commission, that we identify our status and relationship, and to consider the message that we're sending by not disclosing that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Keisha. Good to see you.
You as well.
Melinda Avey.
Good afternoon, Chair Cerna, members of the board. I'm Melinda Avey, and although I'm chair of the Alcohol and Drug Advisory Board, I am here as an individual today. I'm not speaking on their behalf. I also sit on the Mental Health Board, and I'm not speaking on their behalf either. So first of all, I wanted to say really quickly, thank you to Dr. Quist and county leadership. I think this was a really tough proposal to write, and integration has long been on the table, but no one has ever been able to really describe how it's going to work. And I think with this proposal, that's exactly what they did. They wrote it down. There are a lot of different ways we could do it, but what they wrote down expresses, articulates their vision and a way to get there, and I appreciate that. I can see the decision points all the way through. I appreciated the compromises that were made. So I just wanted to say that. Good job. And I do want to add, there's concern over the 21 members. ADAB has 20 members on our board, and it's important to remember that quorum is considered only on the filled seats. So if you only fill 16 of those seats, the quorum is based on 16. But we have never, I think once in the past maybe 5 years, we have not achieved quorum. We always get to quorum.
So in other words, you're not like a CPAC.
We aren't, because we're really an interesting meeting. You should come. People come when they are interested, and people are very interested in substance use and mental health in this community. They just are. A bigger board allows a lot more diversity of thought. So I'm running out of time, so that's what I have to say. So thank you very much for hearing this.
Thanks, Melinda.
Mr.
Jeffrey.
Yep.
I am here simply because remembering in 2008 when literally you eliminated, shall we say, hospitalization for this mental health situation. So, and realizing the last few years, it seems like the Mental Health Board has had serious concerns in trying to be an active board, unlike the other issues going through there. So I'm hoping this is going to be a good development, a new development. I didn't clearly see when you expect Jonathan to have the Stockton Boulevard 135 beds available. Just wondering on that. Also related to Mr. Cooper, when he was a assembly person, he dealt with about I believe it was the Alzheimer's, about a band to go through there. Just wondering whether that's something he has introduced and talked to Sacramento County about, something about identifying those issues to separate and identify people, and whether that's appropriate, and also whether this is your response to the Cal Ames program development. That's Board of Supervisors, what I just bring to your attention of what I see and hear and how you have explained and covered it. Like what you offered and explained about a couple of things, Phil, and like what I've seen Rich, you do through there. Patrick, I'm still not quite sure what's going on with the Roseville Road and your complex down there, but that's dealing with homeless.
Welcome to District 1 and District 3.
Yeah. Well, you talked about the Roseville Road situation and still looking to get Richard to explain that. And with that, I'll leave you.
Great. Thank you, Jeffrey. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the public comment. And I too want to just underscore what Melinda said. Thank you, Dr. Quist and staff, Tim and Siobhan and everyone. I'm sure this is a very difficult thing. A lot of competing interests, a lot of very passionate interests about the subject matter, and this is a significant change. But I really think you have struck the right balance. And Ryan, hearing you kind of describe your rationale, or the rationale behind combining the crisis and justice involved, that resonates with me. I think that will lead to a much more successful result for people. Because I do think we tend to operate in silos far too often. And with complicated issues like this, we need to be talking more together and have more forums where we can be working together. And I think there was a great discussion brought up by the chair in terms of formalizing something where, incorporating well space's involvement in that. So I think that should definitely be part of it. Melinda, I appreciate the comments about the size, because I certainly, we serve on boards and commissions that can certainly become unwieldy if they're too large, but that's a point well taken, that we always will have vacancies. So it's usually going to be several people below that. So just some of my comments, but primarily thank you for this. I think this is a good way forward, and I'm certainly supportive of it with staff recommendation, with the addition that the chair referenced with respect to a well space.
Great, thank you. I too am very thankful for all the work that's gone into this. I know Prop 1's passage was really the prompt that began this. So kind of working within a construct that's not entirely of our own design can be sometimes challenging. But I think the recommendation is sound, and I too, Melinda, appreciate the fact that you pointed out kind of the nuance of filled seats and how that relates to quorum establishment. Important to know. I do think, however, and now I'm going to have to eat my words, because I'm going to suggest there be a formalized 20-second ex officio member. I just think it would be a bit of a shame if we didn't, as a county that is very focused on trying to always improve how we address the complexities of homelessness. I think it would be a shame if we didn't formalize having our Director of Homeless Services be an ex officio member and a participant, an expected participant in these new advisory body meetings. I think we can all agree that the relationship between substance use disorder, excuse me, and mental health challenges as it relates to homelessness is glaring. So I would respectfully like my colleagues to consider adding that 20-second member and have it be our Homeless Services Director as an ex officio member, so that she can have kind of that immediate exposure hearing in the context of that advisory body, what I think she really needs to hear and understand. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that we approve staff recommendation with the changes that has been recommended by the chair, and that's that the staff come back with a formalized bylaws of the Crisis and Justice individual committee. I can't read my own writing, I'm sorry. And as well as that the Director of Homeless Services and Housing be an ex officio member.
I'll second that.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Unanimous vote with those members present.
Very good. Thank you again.
I just want to say that someone left their cell phone on the podium. Oh.
All right. Next item.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to bring back item
That's right.
46 for the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, now known as the Foothill Farms. So Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to June 10th.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay, and that's it. And then the next item would be the county executive comments.
Thank you, Flo. I would also like to thank Tim Lutz, Director Tim Lutz, and Dr. Rehnquist for their work on this. And continuing on that theme of, as many of you know, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. That's why we are wearing our green ribbons. And roughly 1 out of every 5 adults are experiencing or have experienced a mental health condition over their lifetime. But many of them don't necessarily seek support due to the stigma and the shame of that identification. Sacramento County offers a wide range of behavioral health services that address mental health and substance use. We have confidential screening through our behavioral health services screening and coordination team. As some of the previous speakers talked about, we also promote 988, which is a phone number that people can call when they're having a mental health crisis. Also, Mrs. Harris mentioned the Stop Stigma campaign, which is stopstigmasacramento.org. This has a whole host of different ways to help people, including Real Stories and a Speakers Bureau and a whole host of other services. In addition to this, in a powerful show of leadership, Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Hume participated in the Speak Your Mind Ice Bucket Challenge. Ooh. While I don't believe this has been viral yet, I know it's making its way around. So with that, you can go to the county's Instagram account, and I encourage everybody to watch it. But as you can see on the screen, why don't we just take a moment real quick to watch it?
Oh, boy.
I'm Supervisor Pat Hume, and this guy, Supervisor Kennedy, challenged me to do the Ice Bucket Challenge. We're going to do it. It's for mental health awareness. So my mental health worsens the more I think about it.
And my mental health worsens the more I know this guy. But what's important is that we know that we're going to stop the stigma in Sacramento County and throughout the state of California. Mental health is no different than any other kind of health care. If you have a need for health care, you'll go get it. If you have a need for mental health care, you should go do it without stigma involved.
It's okay to ask for help. Don't need to fix it all by yourself. It's okay to find a friend to lean on and talk it out. Talk it out.
You got the worst end of that, Patrick.
It's okay to ask for help instead of holding on to how you felt. So don't be
Oscar's watching, I'm sure.
That's awesome.
Supervisor Kennedy.
That's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, are we on the next item now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it's clear that my bucket was bigger. But to Siobhan and David, we've been talking for the last year at least about creating a better system of coordinating countywide homeless strategies. And I know that, Siobhan, you have some ideas and some proposals that you need to do some more outreach, but are close to coming forward. I just wanted to, because we all agree that we need a countywide including all 7 cities to the degree that they're willing to participate in the County of Sacramento to do a better job of coordinating our strategies around homelessness. Where's that at, and when can we expect to see it come forward?
Well, I'll start off, Supervisor Kennedy. We have been working on it for a year, and I know you've been asking several times of me of where that status is. One of the last steps we wanted to do is to reach out to all the city managers, and we've had that conversation in the last 2 weeks. We're also looking, I think we're about ready to bring it to the board, and right now we're looking about August to bring it back to the board. So, Siobhan, did you have any more?
Can I chime in?
Yes, sir.
So I know that we also have some parallel activity to coordinate the joint city-county meeting sometime this fall. It sounds like that might be a good opportunity to maybe have a discussion about what it is that we're going to be hearing and seeing in August.
Yes.
So I hope that's part of it.
Yes, we're working on the agenda for the city-county or the city-county meeting. But we will be coming forward with you some ideas.
Good, great. Supervisor Rodriguez.
We're at council comments, board comments, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right. I want to take a moment to recognize the Sacramento County Sheriff's Office for their excellent work. During a recent routine stop in the South area, deputies, alongside with K-9 Ronan, discovered over 54 pounds of powder fentanyl, one of the largest seizures our region has seen. As we all know, fentanyl is extremely dangerous, and thanks to the swift action and coordination of the sheriff's team and their regional partners, this lethal drug is off our streets. I also want to take a moment and recognize Armed Forces Day, which was observed this past weekend. I'm grateful for the brave men and women currently serving in all branches of our military. Their courage, sacrifice, and commitment to protecting our freedom deserves our deepest gratitude, not only on Armed Forces Day, but every day. So I thank you for your service to our country. That's it for me.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank county staff for an event we had last weekend in my district at Howe Park. We called it a Unity Fair. It was really designed to reach out to the Afghan community, highlight the cultural benefits of the community, and really try to get the community integrated with, or at least start a discussion with more longer-term residents of the community. And I know county staff worked a lot on this, particularly Crystal Bethke, our county exec, and 2 of the 3 deputy county execs were actually there on Saturday. One wasn't, but I won't name him, Eric. But there were between 15, no, I'm just kidding. I know you're very supportive. There were between 1,500 and 2,000 people who attended this, unless you think maybe more. Those were some of the estimates that I heard. It was, I think, a resounding success. And I'd like to do it again, maybe in the fall of 2026 when the weather's a little better, and to give economic development a little more time, to plan for the next one. But the feedback I got both from the nonprofit partners, the first responder partners, county staff who were there, it was a very, very positive thing for the Afghan community to make them feel welcome in Arden Arcade and in Sacramento County, make them aware that we are here to help them become self-sufficient, help provide them with education and opportunities, and to build that level of trust with their local government, because certainly they don't have that from where they came from in Afghanistan. So I think it was really, we had a bit of a program there, and I know no one listens to anything the politicians say or others, but it was nice to see the North Division Sheriff's Commander and then one of his lieutenants, who's actually from Afghanistan, actually provide a greeting to the crowd. And something like that from law enforcement is certainly foreign to that refugee community. So thank you. It was just a very positive thing, and I'm very proud of the county and all the work that we did to make this happen. Thank you.
Great. Well, I'll close this out by just offering again my thanks to all of our very skilled and helpful staff. Can't do what we do without you, and whether it's asking you, Shelby, to follow up immediately with someone that just give us a very personal account of what she's going through in terms of her dealing with child welfare, and then having you go out and hopefully make that connection, that kind of thing. I know you're still somewhat new, but it's not foreign to have us do that on occasion when constituents come before us. So I do appreciate that kind of attentive, immediate service, and I think everyone sitting in front of us has done that one way or another over the years. So again, we all thank you for what you do, and with that, if there's no further business before this board, we are adjourned.